Rounds 2 and rounds 3 of the 2024 NFL Draft coming your way right now. He's Landry Locker. I'm Cody Stoots, and you're hanging out with us here on YouTube in the locker room and here on Cody Stoots' channel, talking about the 2024 NFL Draft. And our show tonight, Landry, brought to you by Platinum AC and Heating. We'll tell the folks about them as we go on, but it's here, day 2. The Texans are actually going to make some picks. After I wanted them to trade up yesterday, they didn't. They've got 9 selections left in this draft, and Nick Caserio's got plenty of ammo to do whatever the heck he wants to do.
Yeah, he does, and it's really interesting because if you would have told me that the Texans never made the Stephon Diggs trade, and we were arguing with the people, with the great people, shout out to everyone in the chat with us. If we were arguing about Cooper DeJean, we were arguing about Kool-Aid McKinstry, Adonai Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, Rakestraw, Coleman, Fisk, Edgerrin Cooper, all that, I would have said, damn, this is going to be an interesting pick at 23, but I'll be damned. The draft plays out. 3 quarterbacks go right off the top. 6 quarterbacks go in the top 12. You don't need tackles, so they get pushed back to you. And then you're sitting there in this same situation with these same guys being mentioned, which I do anticipate a lot of those guys to be pulled off rather quickly.
Yep.
But it does have the feel, at least based on the dialogue today, which we only have a small sample size of exactly the same type of dialogue that we would have been having yesterday had they never traded the pick.
Yeah, so you mentioned some of those names right there. There's some really fun names from a best available standpoint. Everybody's going to have their own favorite, from DeJean, the cornerback / safety from Iowa, to Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois, to Kool-Aid. I got it in my pocket just in case we need it. Little Kool-Aid McKinstry. I mean, there's a lot of different ways this thing can go, and you don't have to wait very long for the Texans to get on the clock. Just a handful of picks in front of them, but a lot of teams with similar needs and going to be drafting similar players to kind of what we were talking about there. And our one of our least favorite teams from night 1 is going to kick it off with Buffalo, followed by New England and then Arizona.
Yeah, and the Buffalo thing's interesting because for me, I feel bad for Adonai Mitchell, and I love Adonai Mitchell. I think he's the best receiver out of Texas for sure in this draft. I think he's one of the best receivers in this draft, and I feel bad for him having to go to Buffalo. First of all, it's Buffalo. It's cold as hell. It's yuckety football. The rest of the division is getting better. So you have the Jets that they seem to at least be proactive and at least trying to address the backup quarterback position. They also are getting talent back. You have Miami, still a pretty solid squad. And then you have the Patriots kind of showing a pulse as well. And you go to Buffalo, a team that had to get rid of a large amount of their roster. And I'm not saying it's all their fault, but they had to do that. And they kind of missed out on their opportunity. And then they gave away Stephon Diggs basically to the Texans. I just don't think Buffalo is a good situation for a player that you actually care about. And I'm not a fan of him having to go there, but it does appear that seems to be the logical. Now, logic. Don't know if Buffalo, you can call them, say that they lack logic. But if Buffalo does start this off by taking Adonai Mitchell, if they do start off day 2, I think it saves face a little bit.
Sure.
But I would feel bad for the young man having to go play ball there.
Well, and part of this too, and I was reading about this from the Bills' standpoint as well. They also did this to save a couple bucks because they're kind of bumping up against the salary cap a lot, and just that jump from where they were in the first round to the end of the first round to then going into the second round, it saves them a few shekels. And
I rest my case even more then if that's what we're doing. I mean, if that,
yeah. So I feel bad for him because I don't feel like that is a situation that is conducive to early success. And there may be like a little bit of an adjustment period for him, just a little bit of seasoning necessary for him before he really hits the ground running.
Hate it, dude.
But hey, you got a good quarterback throwing you the football. And I think most guys would take that over. Being in a crappy situation. So we got our first super chat of the night. David White says, "My 2 favorite Texans content creators. Let's get it." See? Cheers, boys. David, appreciate
it. Oh,
you,
cheers.
Man.
Okay. All right. Don't threaten me with a good time, sir.
Cheers.
Stoots, just drink a water for you.
It's not water.
Nice
not
water. Nice
David,
soda.
appreciate the super chat. So what's your gut tell you about where the Texans are right now? Does it feel like
they're going corner? I think they're going corner.
Okay.
I think Kool-Aid McKinstry is the guy. I think if this thing plays out, and a lot of teams in front of them need receiver, so I anticipate McConkey and Mitchell being two of the picks in front of them.
Yep.
I anticipate that once players start, I could see them trading up for Kool-Aid McKinstry. I that's the guy that I think they want. And if Dejeen falls to like the range of, I don't know, 4 picks in or whatever, then I could see them going and getting him. But I'm looking corner right now for them.
I feel like Arizona is a really good team to think about. That's the 35th overall pick. I don't believe McKinstry is going to New England or Buffalo. And so you think about 35, and I kind of speculated about this on Houston Football for the paid subscribers earlier today. You could do something like, take your second round and your first second round. So you take those two, trade that to Arizona, get 35, and then get Arizona's pick at the top of the third, and maybe throw them something else. And like Arizona moves down 7 spots here in the second round, but they move up from the third to the second round in the back end 7 spots with you. So, I mean, look, that's 2 teams that know each other. They've traded before. So that's kind of the spot that I'd look at. Washington's got 2 selections before the Texans get on the clock. So if Kool-Aid was kind of slipping a little bit, maybe Washington's one of those teams too. But I don't believe either of these first 2 teams. I think Peter Schrager talked about it before the broadcast. Hey, everybody's calling Buffalo. Buffalo's going to need like a huge offer to get moved out of that 33rd spot.
Well, they need a receiver, man.
Yeah,
and they got to really, like, if for all the jokes about Buffalo and everything like that, if you start out round 2 and you do save the money, like as much as we can roll our eyes at it, but you do save the money and end up getting a guy like Mitchell, then, I mean, you deserve all the credit in the world. So, I mean, that would be a nice save for them.
They could get a different wide receiver in the second round, but you and I would both agree Adonai Mitchell has star potential. Like, his top end is being a star wide receiver. I can't say the same about really most anybody left on the board from a wide receiver standpoint. Maybe in a very narrow potential outcome, you have somebody like Keon Coleman that could be really, really good. But Mitchell, as far as who's available and who you could go get, he has star potential. And
what do you think CJ thinks of Mitchell?
I bet he's on board. I mean, what did you make of the Ricky Pearsall being upset that he's on the 49ers?
I felt like Caserio might have been trying to trade up for him with the way that CJ acted.
I wonder if that was one of the considerations for making a move. You know how they group players into sort of sections. I do wonder if they were had Pearsall and say McKinstry together in one of those sections and wanted to move up, and they were fine with either one.
My thing with my thing with Adonai Mitchell is I think it's funny that he basically broke CJ's heart, because when CJ was playing the game of his life at Ohio State took the lead late. They took a 6-point lead in the bowl game out there in Georgia, and 54 seconds left. Back goes Stetson Bennett. Stetson Bennett looks to the left. Boom! Sidelines. Adonai Mitchell catches it. Touchdown with 54 seconds left. Georgia takes a 1-point lead. CJ drives them down. They missed the field goal. So CJ's pretty familiar with Adonai Mitchell's game.
Heartbreak, man. Heartbreak. If that idiot kicker just makes his kick, things would go a little bit different, maybe. Did you see Micah Parsons was trash talking about the college resume of CJ Stroud last night on their stream? And CJ was like, what has Penn State done? What has Penn State done? What have they been doing?
Fair question, my friend.
It was a very fair question.
It's a fair question, mi amigo.
I also one small more thing about the broadcast last night was really enjoyed Michael Parsons saying, "Yeah, you got to be a killer." And CJ Stroud goes, "You're sitting on a couch with one."
Oh. Yeah, Micah just says stuff though.
Oof, it's fun.
Micah just says stuff.
AJ with a super chat. Hannah. Just shout out to Hannah McNair, I suppose. Thanks for the super chat, AJ.
Picture or what? Or is he just horny?
I don't know.
The Hannah horniness stuff makes me uncomfortable, man.
Yeah.
Like, for me, like I'm just being serious. I'm not just saying this because my wife and child are in the next room over. She's the anti-horny to me. I just think she's a bad chick, like bad boss chick with Cal, all that. It's just kind of creepy to me, the Hannah love.
All right, so Buffalo is on the clock now.
You ignored the hell out of that, man.
What do you want me to say? I co-signed your
thought. Like, does Hannah make you horny? Like, no?
Well, she's a very attractive woman, but she's spoken for.
All right, so Cody Stoots is creepy. He heard it here first.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
By the way, Kenneth Weldon says the hat Landry has, damn, got to get one. Well, I'm glad you said that because tomorrow at Daily Sports Club, we're going to have 4 of these. And we're going to give away 4 of these. So if you come to Daily Sports Club tomorrow, 11 o'clock, we're chilling. We're hanging out. We don't benefit from this. We're not getting paid to be there. We just want to be with you.
Yep.
So Daily Sports Club tomorrow, 11 o'clock, plenty of parking. Really, whole parking garage is worth.
Giant parking garage attached to the building.
Yeah, so you can get one of these hats tomorrow. We got 4 of them.
Let me pull up that sweet flyer that Figgy made so everybody can see that. Buffalo, what are we waiting on here?
Man, how do y'all not know? Did you hear the Ryan Poles? Yeah, this is going to be the bash. I like that. Did you hear the Ryan Poles confession, by the way? I thought that you would be all about this.
What was Ryan Poles' confession?
The NFL made him wait at least 5 minutes for Caleb.
Oh, I did see the phone call.
Yeah, so he had to wait. He had to wait 5 at least. So
I understand with number 1 to an extent, but it's still ludicrous when they know. And he's like, I've been sitting on this for a month. They made me wait 5 more minutes. And then Caleb Williams is like, 3 months, 5 months. It was actually, I thought that was a pretty awkward phone call, to be honest with you.
Well, Caleb Williams is awkward, dude.
He's a little awkward.
The hell you mean?
He's a little awkward. All right, before we get our first pick in of the night, I do want to mention Draft Show brought to you by AC, Platinum AC and Heating. My guy Dwayne will take care of you. Give him a call today, 832-777-3683. You see the number on the screen. Just pull out your phone and put Dwayne in your contacts as the AC guy. And you'll have an AC guy.
And you need an AC guy. If you need an AC guy till you don't need an AC. You don't need an AC guy till you need an AC guy.
And that's why you need Dwayne. Put the phone number in your phone, 832-777-3683, and you'll have him for when you need the AC guy. But to keep you from needing the AC guy, call Dwayne today. He'll come out for a pre-summer inspection and get you ready, get you right for the summer. He puts you on a 2 times a year plan, so your AC's always running fantastic. If you own a business, have him come out and check out your commercial HVAC as well. And Texans fans, he's a local guy. He's a Texans fan just like you. Platinum AC and Heating, the link in the description down below. Check them out, platinumacheating.com, and then give Dwayne a call today. And I said, man, hey, what about the weekends? What about this? He said, well, if they need me on the weekends, I'm there. So you can call Dwayne whenever you need him. AC goes out in the middle of the night tonight. He'll be there tomorrow. Take care of you. Brought to you by Platinum AC and Heating, the Draft Show. Hanging out, having some fun. Bill's pick is in, Landry. Bill's pick is in. It's gotta be
most City Mitch, doesn't it?
Got to be Adonai Mitchell. That makes the most sense. I mean, if they did all this goofiness for Cooper DeJean, I don't know if that would make
sense. My gosh. Thank you very much, Buffalo. Once again, thank y'all.
Did they do something dumb?
I mean, they didn't do anything dumb. They just didn't they took a receiver and they didn't take Adonai Mitchell.
McConkey's not the right guy for them if they took McConkey.
They did not do that.
You want me to throw it up on the screen? Do you have it up?
Yeah, put it up. This is who they took. This is a little picture of him.
Oh,
There you go. I like that. I'm not gonna hate on that. That's fine.
whoa.
I don't think he's as good as Mitchell, but I mean, this was a guy that at the start of the year, Keon Coleman out of Florida State, this was a guy that we were talking about as, is he up there with Marvin Harrison? I like Keon Coleman. I like Adonai Mitchell more, but okay, it's alive. It's alive.
Wow, that's a player that pushes a guy down a little bit. Man, Mo City Mitch hanging around.
Mo City, baby. Mo City. You can take the screen down.
All right. What man, whew. I mean, AD Mitchell is not the most prudent pick for 2024 for the Texans. Like, he doesn't have the most impact that some of these other guys maybe could have. But the thought of extending Nico Collins and going from, Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and Noah Brown to next year, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Adonai Mitchell, and another veteran. Like, that's a really fun continuation.
I just don't think that I just don't see the upside with Coleman that Mitchell has. I don't see it. I don't see the I mean, they're having to replace a home run threat in Gabe Davis. And I know that people are trying to talk themselves into Samuel, and I like Samuel fine, but I mean, this is not, I guess this could go well. I don't see it, man. Buffalo's in a weird spot right now. I think that the arrow is pointing down on Buffalo so much. I mean, when you're having to trade out of the first round to save money to draft a football player, it happens. And I don't even necessarily fault them. I don't think it's like dysfunction. I don't think it's incompetence. I do think the Von Miller deal was a little bit weird. But I mean, this is what the Texans are going to face. And you've seen Miami face it. You see Cincinnati kind of facing a little bit with guys requesting trades and all that. And you see Buffalo having to release all these guys. Eventually when you're paying your quarterback, you're going to have to figure that out. It's a tough spot to be in for Buffalo. And I do question some of their motives.
I mean, I said a moment ago that they need a guy who has, star potential. And I mentioned the only guy that I thought was close that maybe had some star potential was Coleman, but I didn't believe they'd do that. So they had all day to think about this, and they decided to still go this route, huh?
Which is fine. I mean,
it's not a bad pick. I just believe Mitchell was probably.
But he also has. Let me put it this way: he could end up being really, really good, but he also has way bigger bust potential than Adonai Mitchell.
Okay, so the Patriots are trading this pick here.
Yeah, they trade him to the Chargers.
Okay.
I'm wondering if the Chargers love Mitchell. I could see Harbaugh loving Mitchell.
I mean, they have got to get some wide receivers out there.
I can see Harbaugh loving Mitchell.
They've got to get some.
You might love McConkey, though.
That would be pretty Harbaugh-y.
What does that mean?
Well, just take the guy who's considered a more clean prospect that doesn't have as many questions, but probably doesn't have the top end that some other guys have. So, I mean, this is a wide receiver for dang sure.
You would think. Yep.
I mean, wide receiver for dang sure.
Yeah.
How many
two wide receivers off the clock, man.
How many Michigan players are going to.
You want to put me up?
Yeah, I got you.
Put me up?
Oh, Lad McConkey is the pick here for the Chargers at 34.
So there's a honky receiver going to LA. Stay away from the USC campus.
I don't know why you wouldn't go. Man, if I was the Patriots, I would have had a hard time not taking Adonai Mitchell for my new quarterback. The Patriots don't want to go get Drake May a weapon. They've got an awful wide receiver room.
Damn, is that Walker? Damn, dude. Hold up.
So Lad McConkey. Have you? Is it you that calls him McConkey?
McConkey.
McConkey.
Yeah. So there we go. We are at least in the situation where
I mean, call him, Caserio. Call him.
Still wide receiver territory like crazy, though, in this mug.
I mean, Arizona could use a more than one wide receiver.
Nah. They got to move on.
They could use more than one wide receiver.
Nah, they got to get over that.
I mean, he's going to be Justin Herbert's best friend.
You think?
Yeah. That's a fun.
So I want to have this discussion with you, Stoots, and I want to have this conversation with all the people in here. Shout out to all the people in here that like to follow the Texans. And if you're coming in here and you don't like to follow the Texans, you're just trying to get the pulse of it. Appreciate you for coming through as well. Where are you at on the D tackles? Newton, Fisk. Where you? I guess I can throw Jenkins in there. Where are you at on the D tackle thing? Because I would rather just wait on when it comes to the DT.
So it really depends. I would also like to wait, but I don't feel like some of these guys totally fit where the Texans would need to go with the defensive tackle. So Newton, I feel like he fits. I feel like he does something that some of these other guys can't do. Chris Jenkins, I don't know that he fits. Like, I don't believe he truly fits where they. I mean, he's not his dad. His dad was as big as Tavondre Sweat. I mean, he's not. He's a different type of player.
His dad was also quick as hell. God, he was fast.
Ruka Rororo.
Some bitch looked like he was offsides every time.
Yeah. Chris Jenkins has a legendary moment against the Texans that Chris Myers, the former center, will never forget. Yeah. Ruka Rororo is like a potential laden guy. So if you told me like he's going to play for them next year, the Clemson defensive tackle, okay, but I wouldn't spend 42 or really 59 on him. Mike Hall Jr. is the guy to me that does stuff, the Ohio State defensive tackle. He does stuff that some of these other tackles don't do. He had the second best pressure rate in football for interior defensive linemen behind Byron Murphy this year. So I like him more, and I would spend a second-round pick on him. I would be content waiting on some of these names and just get a guy that can Harbaugh's got a type already. Get a guy that can grow into the spot for 2025 if I can wait. That's what I would say about the defensive tackles. I don't want to force it. I don't want to force it, but if I could wait.
Someone asked in the comments about, is there something up with Mitchell? Look, I think there's a couple of things. First of all, he has diabetes. If that's stopping you from drafting him, then I want to introduce you to Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews had diabetes too, so there's that. There's not much production there. Like the reality of the situation is like there are stats going around where like production that Adonai Mitchell had, it doesn't necessarily correlate to the NFL, which I agree with. But let's look at the situations. Like who's really just completely raking and getting nominated for the Biletnikoff Award at Georgia, especially the years that he were there. Like it was a completely balanced squad. So I mean, how many Heisman trophies did Stetson Bennett win? I mean, it's a little bit different than at Texas. We're talking about Jonathan Brooks. We're talking about Whittington. We're talking about Worthy. We're talking about inconsistent quarterback play. The year he was there, Quinn Ewers wasn't even playing a couple of games. So I don't understand the Adonai Mitchell thing at all. I really don't.
Falcons jumped up on the clock here. They're on the clock.
Well, they need receivers and they need edge guys. So
yep.
This is the Kirk Cousins pick. Kirk Cousins might be making this pick. They might be on their knees for Kirk.
This might be Spencer Rattler. Playing for life after Penix. Man. All right, so they're showing a fewest sacks graphic, so I got to imagine.
I just tweeted that pick six your joke there, but I did it in front of people. I wouldn't pick six it if it weren't.
All right, so the trade, the Falcons get 35 and a 6th round pick. The Cardinals get, good Lord, they get 43 and a 3rd round pick. All right, so it was expensive to make the move, or the Falcons are idiots. It's probably a combination of both.
Did you say or the Falcons are idiots?
It's probably, I said or the Falcons are idiots, but it's probably a combination of both. Man, the Falcons are and you know how you're doing it wrong. Dan Orlovsky's sitting here on NFL Live today, being like, "I get it, I understand."
He's a joke, dude. He's a joke.
Like, get out of here.
He's a joke. Is he a joke?
Man. All right, so the Falcons picks in. Wonder what they're doing here. God, I mean, they really should get a wide receiver. Really should get a wide receiver. Zay Rand with the super chat. What was that pick by the Falcons yesterday?
Trash.
An overthink special to the largest degree. Zay, I appreciate the super chat, man. Sorry I didn't get to that sooner. And then Mark with a super chat. Just a nice little super chat. Appreciate you, Mark. Thank you. Thank you.
Andre Rison, he's about to burn the house down.
Darwin says, pretty baby Landry. Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you. Crazy. She loves the draft.
Based on some of the comments here, and then I guess the selection's about to come up here. Rook Arowaro is the pick here, the defensive tackle from Clemson, who is maybe actually a defensive end, depending on who you talk to. But wow, what a draft the Falcons are putting together. Anytime you can get the 4th best quarterback and the 4th best defensive tackle, you got to do that.
Damn, you want to talk about drama? Good Lord, Chase Daniel.
What did Chase
Is he on
Daniel?
the Chargers payroll?
What did he say?
He said Ladd McConkey's his favorite pick of the draft.
Good Lord. I like him, but favorite pick of the draft?
Yeah, he's got to be he's on the Chargers network, isn't he?
Rook Arowaro. That sounds about right.
Hello. Man, so Adonai's going to be there. There's no way Adonai's getting there.
I did a mock draft a week ago on Saturday, and we're going through it, and I was live with the people we were talking about in the chat, and we looked, and the Texans are on the clock, and Adonai Mitchell's there, and I was like, well, I can't pass him up. He's too good. And next thing you know, we had Adonai Mitchell, and it was time to go to work for the rest of that draft, and it ended up being a pretty fun draft. I think we all went through it, but it's one of those positions where I know that it is not a need. Like for playing a football game tomorrow, it's not a need, but it sure would be nice to have wide receiver taken care of for the next few seasons. If it gets,
you're going to have 4. You got 4 on the final year of their deal this year. I can't say this enough. And one of them's the one that's not is John Mechie. So how do you feel about him?
So if we were trying to think about, you need 9 players off the board to push a great player down to you, or a player that we really like. Rook Arowaro was not a player that I would have expected to be ahead of the Texans selecting. So like there's one surprise pick that pushes a player down the board. Let's see if we can get a few more. So Washington, New England, and Tennessee are next up.
Tennessee might need a receiver. I mean, maybe.
Depends how they feel about Traylon Burks.
Sean says CJ keeps talking up Mechie. I mean, did you not hear his reaction yesterday when the 49ers picked? I mean, okay. I mean, that kind of told me that all this like Mechie, oh yeah, Mechie's the truth kind of talk is a little bit of an eye roll for me.
Yeah.
If you feel good about Mechie, then you're just I don't know what you're basing it on. Like maybe you play Madden. I don't know. Like what is that based on? I like the guy. I don't understand what that's based on. I mean, I think he's a great dude, but based on actually watching him play ball and watching what they need, and I don't get it. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's
Thank you, Jesus.
It's you're betting on a draft evaluation from a couple of years ago, and that's what you're betting on with John Mechie. He didn't show you a ton last year. So what is Landry's Tim Tebowing? What are you Tebowing for?
Yes.
What happened? I got a hunch you like the fact that this player is gone, so the Texans can't draft him. Is that what it is? Explain to the people what's going on here. I'm going to take this to mean that Landry did not want Jerzon Johnny Newton.
Prayers answered, baby. Prayers answered, baby. Thank you.
You didn't want Johnny Newton, huh?
Thank you. Good gosh, get rid of that. Thank you.
Somebody said, who let Jack Easter be on the camera?
Thank you. I wish Jack's prayers would have worked out well. Thank you. Ooh.
So what was your beef with Newton? You just didn't see the value in taking a tackle when there's other players?
Ross Blacklock PTSD. Just
yep. Okay.
People acting like they're in love with a guy you're not really in love with, trying to be hipstery. We're good. Bye-bye, Newton.
Would have been one of the final little things from Lovie Smith as well. He recruited him to Illinois.
Whew.
So Illinois,
5 more, baby.
Defensive tackle Johnny Newton.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Damn, Darryl Green looks good, man. How old is he now?
Did you see how they explained to him he's retired, he's getting his number retired? They had him reading a teleprompter.
How has that not happened before?
Right?
Is that a Dan Snyder thing? Did he criticize Dan Snyder when he bought the team or something? It had to have been, right?
Maybe.
How does that guy not have his jersey? That's embarrassing.
And they had him read a teleprompter for hey, Commanders fans, get ready for the draft. It's going to be awesome. Basically was kind of what it was. And then
look how young he looks, dude.
I know. He looks like he's still got a couple carries in him.
You know how old he is? What do you mean carries? He's a corner.
I mean, snaps in him, I mean.
64 years old, man.
But they
4-time All-Pro, 7-time Pro Bowler, all 90s team, 100th anniversary team, 80 greatest Redskins, and he's finally getting his jersey retired. Okay, that's fair.
To finish my story that was terrible.
Yeah, my bad.
He was reading the teleprompter hey, Commanders fans, get ready for your new, quarterback or whatever, basically. And they're like, all right, Darryl, we're going to do it one more time. And he's like, and don't forget, when you're a great commander, you can get your number retired, 28. And he was like, oh, no, what? And his family was busted into the room. They were all wearing 28 jerseys. So funny.
That dude's in his freaking 60s, bro.
Oh, I have a sketch update. BG asked about sketch. I have a sketch update.
Okay.
I saw him with Jaden Daniels on TikTok yesterday after Daniels got drafted by Washington. And so he's walking, no crutches, no knee brace or nothing. So I guess it wasn't as bad as it initially looked when he got carted off the practice field that he was on. But I would anticipate that, somewhere on day 3, he's announcing that pick.
Can you pull up Nathan Coates' comment there? What are you saying, bro? So you don't think you don't think that there's any Commanders jersey retired? What does that mean? What's he saying?
I don't know.
Man, what's going on? How long is this speech? Good Lord, man. This is a filibuster? Good Lord. Announce the damn pick, man. Take back everything I said good about you.
What are we gonna get from the Patriots here?
Thank you, Newton. Do you think Gerard Mayo wants a linebacker? Everyone thinks D'Amico wants a linebacker. You think Gerard Mayo might want one? Former NFL linebacker, little defense.
Maybe.
Damn, that was the worst.
They really could use a wide receiver though for their new quarterback. I don't understand putting a guy.
You don't like Scary Terry?
No, I'm talking about the Patriots. The Commanders drafted Johnny Newton. They could use the wide receiver too.
You're talking about the Pats?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Pats. Like, I mean,
yeah, they wanted Ridley really bad.
Yeah, they were chasing him. Who are the Patriots? Who are the Patriots? Wide receivers, right? Kendrick Bourne. Like, I don't even know who's on the depth chart for the Patriots.
So happy Newton's not going to be the guy. God, thank you.
KJ Osborne, Kendrick Bourne, Demario Douglas, who I've never heard of, Juju Smith-Schuster, Jalen Reagor, and Tyquan Thornton. My God. Good luck, Drake May, you bum.
Alex Barth just put out, this is one of my favorite Patriot follows. If you want like nerd stuff, put it up on the screen. I got it. Put it on the share, Stoots. So new Patriots wide receiver coach Tyler Hughes. He coached Polk at Washington last year.
Okay. Jalen Polk.
So perhaps he has a relationship with him. So maybe that's something to look out for.
Jalen Polk.
Yeah.
Texas Tech, 3 years at Washington.
Which I think he had 6
he is considered
6 100-yard games last year.
So his total stats last year, 70 catches, almost 1,200 yards, and 9 touchdowns.
And he's your guy.
And he's considered by many to be one of the more pro-ready guys. Even though the top end's not there, the floor arrives quick.
Yeah. So he's the dude, man. So Adonai Mitchell just falling, man. Diabetes fall, man. This is the Mark Andrews diabetes fall.
Man. The diabetes crash. Again, trying to find 9 dudes to push a really good player into the Texans' laps. And Polk is not supposed to be a guy that was gone there. So that's two of the 9 here. 2 of the 9 here have sort of been able to push guys down. Man.
Ooh wee.
Are they gonna not even have to trade to get Kool-Aid?
I don't think so, man. This draft's going pretty crazy right now, and I think it's going to get crazier. We got the Tennessee Titans who are rushing their pick up. I don't even want to show you who their pick is unless you want to see it. I don't want to rush people. Do y'all want to know the pick or not? It's up to y'all.
I'm okay waiting a minute. The pick's not even in on TV where I'm watching.
Oh, okay. Well,
I might be behind though.
Yeah. Well.
Should we throw it up?
Just throw it up, baby. It's a big name around here.
What?
Yes, sir. Which seems like an appropriate time. This one's for you, Sweaty.
Oh, wow.
Sweaty, I appreciate all your work. Good job. I guess you didn't fall that far.
Oh my
Must have
gosh.
said something to Miss Amy.
Wow. Maybe she knows he'll get a driver in Nashville. Wow.
I'll BRB. I'll BRB.
Okay. So Landry Locker gonna pop off for a second, hit the restroom. T'Vondre Sweat, the pick. Man, that's another player. Again, guys, looking for players to kind of kick guys down into the Texans' laps. I mean, there's 3 picks, okay? 3 picks before the Texans when Sweat goes to the Titans. And trying to find like 4 or 5 guys that you really like here. Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Adonai Mitchell, Braden Fisk. You know, if you guys are linebacker fans, Edrin Cooper and Junior Colson, A&M in Michigan. Whew. I can't believe Sweat went that early. That is. Of course, the Titans took a DUI guy. Yeah, they did. Real quick, while Landry's taking a little bathroom break, great time to tell you about Platinum AC and Heating. My guy Dwayne is a Texans fan just like you. He's a local guy, 5-star rated on Better Business Bureau, Yelp, Google reviews, 5-star rated. Call Dwayne today if you need anything associated with AC and heating. 832-777-3683. Just put it in your phone. Put it in your phone as the AC guy, because when you need one, you really need one. And Dwayne is going to take care of you at Platinum AC and Heating. They do repairs. They do maintenance. They'll install you a brand new AC if you unfortunately need one of those. Or maybe it's not as cool as you want it to be. Talk about getting a new AC with Dwayne. 35 years of experience in the business. They even work on retail and commercial HVAC as well. And again, he's a Texans fan just like you. So check it out. Platinum AC and Heating. Platinum AC and Heating is where you can find them. You can check them out on the website. PlatinumACandHeating.com is where you can find them. So we appreciate Dwayne for his sponsorship of the Friday night draft show, thanks to Platinum AC and Heating. I'm very surprised by the T'Vondre Sweat move by the Titans, Landry.
Well, I'm surprised this early, and this isn't hating because obviously I was in on Sweat, and I said, you know, if they're going to take him in the 3rd round or not with the first one, then I was down with it. It was more like a get greedy pick. I think this is I think it's kind of a tweeny-ish thing. Like, I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world, but I think he's one of those guys who could have fallen into day 3. But had nothing happened, he would have been in day 2. But you can make the case that, you know, maybe it's kind of like an eye-opening type of thing where maybe you're going to get the best version of him, or you can make a case that maybe he gave you enough red flags to where you should have actually taken it into account. I don't think it's the craziest thing. It is a little bit surprising for Tennessee given where it happened, but I wouldn't, like 42. I wouldn't have done that if I was the Texans. 59, maybe, or 50, whatever.
So the Panthers are trading the 39th overall pick to the LA Rams.
Okay. Boy. And the Rams apparently like a pass catcher.
Boy, let me tell you here. Adonai Mitchell, Cooper Kupp.
I feel like Sanders was made for McVay.
Oh, Jatavian Sanders?
I feel like he was made for McVay.
Little back-to-back UT?
But I also don't think that they mess around with receivers. And if you're going to let a receiver fall, then that's on you.
Man, there's a lot of different ways they could go here. All right, so we've got T'Vondre Sweat to Tennessee at 38. And so Texas DT T'Vondre Sweat. I'm floored by that. Yeah, how hard is he going to party tonight? And then we got the Rams coming up for that 39th pick. Don't forget to throw a thumbs up, hit that like button in whichever stream you are watching. You're watching the same video on both of the channels on Landry Locker's The Locker Room, and of course right here on my channel as well. And we'll be along with you for the entirety of day 2. So the second and third round coming your way here. Man, getting really close to Texans time, man. Really close.
Someone just sent me on Twitter that the Starbucks baby reported it. And I said, did he copy paste that?
Oh.
Hell out of here with that.
Oh, Landry. You know what I didn't even think about here? Not only just Sweat going high,
that
but
is nasty, bro. Oh my God.
Think about who
he's highlights, dude.
Think about who he's playing next to. Jeffrey Simmons.
Sweat and Simmons is terrifying.
That is pretty freaking scary, man. Pretty freaking scary. Let me tell you what, I think the top end potential for Sweat is a really, really good football player. I understand people.
Dude, he's a good player. He's a good kid, man. He just hits it hard.
People don't give him enough credit for refocusing ahead of this final season at Texas and turning in a really impressive performance.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Oh, Landry's another defensive tackle but Landry, your favorite owner is on the camera. Another defensive tackle, I'm thinking, coming off the board here. Come on. Which tackle do you hate? Which tackle do you hate that came off the board? Reuniting Florida State teammates. Holy crap at that trade. A 5th this year and a 2nd next year. Well, the Rams really don't care. So, Braden Fisk off the board here.
Yes, thank you. What's up, Isaac Bruce? It's looking good, too. Did you ever think Isaac Bruce was that cold?
No.
I mean, he was good, but did you ever say, man, that's Andre, that's Marvin Harrison or anything like that? Did you ever think that?
No.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I like Fisk okay. He trading a future 2nd round pick and a 5th round pick to move up and get him is that's bad. That's bad.
Man, you got me scared about Simmons and Sweat. That's kind of terrifying. If we're being honest, that's scary as hell.
That's really scary. It's really good. Have fun with that one, Joe Mixon.
God.
Have fun blocking that Kendrick Green or Jarrett Patterson or whoever. Whew. Okay, Landry, we've officially hit the territory here where one of the 3 players that you would have hoped would have been on the board at 42 is now officially you're gonna have a shot at one of the 3.
Yeah.
So DeJean, McKinstry, and Adonai Mitchell. Obviously, the first 2 at corner. I mean, I'm calling DeJean a defensive back. I'm not calling him a corner. But defensive back, cornerback for Kool-Aid, and then Mitchell.
Yeah, Kool-Aid. If you give me one of Kool-Aid, DeJean, or Mitchell, I'm good.
Yeah, I mean they're in a great spot right now. Credit to, again, Nick Caserio for. I mean, look, he's had a little bit of luck here, and some teams have been pretty stupid. But to have guys in sort of a section, and to go with that. Then the Eagles are on the clock now.
Yes, they are, and
what are they?
They always seem to just have stuff fall in their lap, don't they?
No. Are they unbelievable, bro? How does this happen for Philadelphia?
They just have guys fall in their lap, man. They're the new Ravens, I'm telling you.
They got 2 of the 5 best cornerbacks and cornerback, safety, whatever you want to call them. They got 2 of the 5 best defensive backs in this draft.
Yep.
Wow. Howie. That right in front of Green Bay too. That's got to, I mean, that the Gene was a Green Bay guy for a lot of people. But now he's an Eagle. Wow. So are they going to play him at safety, you think? Are they going to play? I mean, they got 2 corners already, and then they drafted one.
I don't know, man.
That's a fun secondary. Slay, Bradbury, Quinyon Mitchell, now Cooper DeJean.
It's wild, man. They just, but you just build a good enough roster to where you're not so need dependent, and you just take whatever falls in your lap.
Wonder what that trade up was. Also, on the fixing all this stuff on the back end is a disaster.
God, I'm so glad it's not Fisk or Newton, though. Man, I'm glad.
I mean, if they get McKinstry, it's going to be a freaking party. I also have multiple McKinstry bets that I have to pay off if that happens.
What were your bets?
I promised the people a stream dressed as the Kool-Aid Man. And I also promised Will Kunkel that I'd come back on Fox 26 and bust through a wall dressed as the Kool-Aid Man.
Okay.
All right. So we are close enough to the Texans pick that I would prefer if the chat does not say anything if they see it.
Yeah, don't say anything. Don't be weasels. Although I've been kind of.
And now the Saints have traded up. Okay, great.
The Saints are up?
The Saints have traded up to 41.
They could use Mitchell.
They could use Mitchell. Oh, Mitchell and Chris Olave together? That's pretty fun.
I feel like the Saints could use a lot, though.
The Saints could definitely use a corner. They could definitely use a corner. Be intriguing to see what they ultimately do with this.
They need a DT. They need an offensive tackle. Well, they actually already drafted offensive tackle.
So they could use another one, though, because
they need a guard, and then they need a wide receiver.
45, 168, and 190 to go get 41. It seems like it was pretty pricey to move around here in the second round.
Yeah, why is it so expensive?
I don't understand why it's so expensive. Maybe because people do value the second rounds so heavily.
Because the guys slide and they just can't miss on them. They feel like it's almost like going to a clearance sale or something.
It's like the other GM gets on the phone. He's like, I got to have this guy. Okay, well, what are you sending me? Well, future second. Don't take Kool-Aid, New Orleans. Don't do that. They need him. Their cornerbacks, their defensive back situation is bad. They are old.
What's up, Fletch? I'm good, man.
Marshawn Lattimore's like 70 in cornerback years. That's a great suit. They're probably scrambling all those guest pickers too.
Yeah, how's that work? Are they just chilling or what?
Probably just hanging out. Man, the Eagles traded 50 and 53 and a fifth rounder to get up to 40, and they got a third rounder back. I mean, the The Saints at 41 is Kool-Aid McKinstry, right?
I would guess so. Dude, just take Mitchell and call it a day, please.
Like it makes too much sense. They got it's like a 40-year-old corner. He can play day one. The ESPN draft predictor said there was a 3% chance Cooper DeJean was available at 40.
What's up, Cooper?
They have a party in a barn?
And where the hell's that? That's got to be a church.
He is emotional. He went to a great spot for him.
What kind of throw was that? These highlights, good Lord. Damn, I could have had 4 interceptions in the Big Ten. Good Lord. Know about this guy anymore.
Oh, man. So if New Orleans is on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
If they go Kool-Aid, what do you want the Texans to do?
Adonai, man.
Yep. Kind of with you on that. I'm kind of with you on that.
I look, at this point, you gotta.
I am not looking at the chat, so I'm not looking at the chat or.
Yeah, I'm chilling. I'll react to this with you on the. I'm not looking at any of that. I'll look at this on the screen, and we'll see how it goes. But I want to go to Mo City.
Pick is in. Pick is in. Here we go. And again, we're just watching this on TV. Not checking the chat just yet. Not checking Twitter just yet. Good for Cooper DeJean. Man, this second round. I mean, can we, let's go a little bit here. Man, if you get hopped for. Don't get hopped. Don't get hopped. Taysom Hill's the announcer?
Damn, dude. As if he couldn't get enough undeserved opportunities. Good Lord. I didn't know he was going to call a pick, too. I knew he stole stuff from
Damn. This kind of feels like Andre Dillard all over again. Ultimately, Andre Dillard ended up sucking. Man, I even went and bought Kool-Aid.
Yeah, well, you jinxed it. You jinxed it. You're the reason.
Oh, I jinxed it? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
you jinxed it. You're the reason, man. You popped that champagne too early.
I popped the Kool-Aid
in the form of Kool-Aid.
I popped the Kool-Aid too early.
In the form of Kool-Aid.
Damn it. Boy, right in front of the Texans. But Landry, that means the Houston Texans are on the clock.
Yes, they are. Corner, perhaps Adonai Mitchell. Linebacker's a possibility with Edgerrin Cooper. You got the safety situation with Bullard. They got a lot of options here. You would have thought that they would have liked corner, but who knows?
I'd be okay trading this pick if one of these sweet offers came in.
Shoot, especially if these offers are coming down. Good Lord.
I'd be okay trading this pick if some sweet offers are coming in. Pick is in. Here we go. Come on, get Christian Harris out there. Let's go. We don't have to wait all this time here. Thank you. All right. I don't care about Kool-Aid anymore. He's a Saint. That's another fun part of the draft process is as soon as your team can't draft the guy, you don't care about him anymore. Hey, no pressure, 42 overall, but I mean the Texans did draft the offensive and defensive rookie of the year last year. No pressure though. No pressure though. Somebody hit me in the hit me in the DMs and said, "Go return that Kool-Aid, dummy." Thanks.
Yeah, it's your fault, man.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
All right, here we go. Christian Harris.
Let's go, Christian Harris. No Edgerrin Cooper, please. No Edgerrin Cooper.
Kamari Lassiter. There we go.
Okay, sure. Sure. Wow. All right. Don't love it. Don't love it.
He was one of the top 7 players picked, so it's not like they're reaching too much. I think he played like from the second he was a freshman. I actually like him as a number 2 corner because he's pretty feisty. He's pretty physical. He can do what they want him to do. I don't have a problem with this. He's a little bit nasty.
He's slow.
I mean, he's not fast, but is Steven Nelson fast?
No.
He plays a little bit faster than he is. He's physical. I'm okay with it. I don't. I mean, I don't think he's as good as Kool-Aid McKinstry. I definitely don't think he's as good as DeJean. This makes me almost feel like they were drafting a corner no matter what. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's unfair. Maybe there's maybe on that mysterious draft board they had Lassiter above both of those guys. But this makes me feel like how a lot of people wanted to draft DT for need. This makes me feel like they were drafting corner for need. And quite frankly, if you are going to draft for need, I don't think DTs is necessary. But given what you brought in at number 2 corner, this is it. And the other reason that I might actually entertain myself on this is because it's fine. It marks the end of the Steven Nelson era, 100% for sure. So yep. I'm good for that. So any outside chance of that happening, that's dead. So we'll see what happens, man. And again, this is where front offices gain credibility.
Sure.
Where dumbasses like me or you look dumb and we say Kool-Aid or whatever. But the reality is they didn't take him over Kool-Aid or DeJean. They drafted him with both of those guys off the board. So we'll see how it goes. But what he's going to have to do is he's just going to have to compete. He's going to have to be physical, and he's going to have to guard, assuming that Stingley's healthy, he's going to have to guard 2 down receivers. And I'm okay with that.
So, reading from Dane Brugler's draft write-up, Lassiter's not an elite physical trait guy at a position where size and speed are at a premium, but his play recognition and competitiveness are both off of the charts. He's viewed as a nickel only by several teams. He has starting talent and is best suited for a zone match scheme. That was Brugler's breakdown. Nick Crawford with a super chat asks, is he going to beat out Jeff Okudah?
Probably not. I mean, if he's a nickel only, and quite frankly, I think they've been looking for a nickel for a while. I think they're looking for that type of versatility. So,
well, I mean, look,
I don't know if he beat him out.
If he's the second best cornerback in training camp, then he's going to play. Like Okudah's not a guy
the fourth best he's going to.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But like, as far as Okudah's job, like they did not sign him, they did not sign him and hand him the starting job. You know. Jacob says, y'all are such crybabies. Thanks, Jacob.
He's a dick piece. He's a dick piece. No one's crying about anything. Jacob's a dick piece. He's one of those fake, like, and I don't even know him. I mean, he won't even put a picture of himself up. So I'm actually giving him more attention. Look at him, dude.
Brandon
he's
says,
got a cartoon pics. You're a dick piece.
Brandon says, let's get the matching set and get Javon Bullard as well.
No one's crying. You're telling on yourself, buddy. Get your ass out of here.
I like some of these other corners better, but when you tell me a guy's got elite play recognition and competitiveness, that feels like something that D'Amico Ryans would really prioritize in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I like I said, I'm not thrilled about this, but I mean, this is where the credibility of the front office comes into play. They make their pick. It feels like a draft for need pick.
There's honestly, you know, as I look at this and what was available, there's really only two guys that I would have liked more than him at corner. And you can make an argument that Mike Sanderstrill is too small for the way that they want to play. So maybe that eliminates him, the Michigan corner. And the other one would be TJ Tampa, but he's slow too. And he hadn't played as much cornerback as Lassiter has. Second team All SEC. It's a fine
What
selection.
if Lassiter's a safety?
Well, if he's a safety, then we're having a whole different conversation here.
Yeah.
Because if
he's a safety? If
you tell me elite play recognition and competitiveness, that screams safety more than it does corner. Here's a couple more things from Brugler's write-up on him. He's smart in that he learns the first time you tell him.
What does that mean?
The stat sheet, that means you don't have to tell him over and over again how to fix something. Although the stat sheet and tape doesn't scream ball hawk, he plays with football instincts that teams covet at the position. The last time he gave up more than 2 catches in a game was the 2002 college football playoffs against Ohio State.
Okay.
And teams were throwing at Georgia nonstop, man. They had to throw. They were getting behind. All right. It's fine. I'm not in love with the pick, but I don't hate the pick. It's fine. I preferred Kool-Aid. Obviously, you can't draft him. He got drafted before you. And look,
it's credibility. It's credibility to front office, man. That's it. I mean, that's all it is. It's
the Georgia players have worked out pretty decently for Philadelphia. So, I mean, going for a Georgia defender is kind of like
you're grasping for straws.
Going for a Georgia defender is kind of like going for an Alabama player from a few years ago.
Okay, so we're going.
Maybe play corner on one of the best defenses in all of football. Like, is that bad?
Yeah, let's show your favorite sex pose, because at least this has gone in the draft, so you can get this.
Who's drafting this guy? Because the Cardinals just drafted Max Melton.
We're going Las Vegas Raiders. My bad. We're way ahead.
Jeez,
Jackson, man, I was just trying to give you a little. I know you like a good center pose. How about you trying to go on the PR right there with the Texans pick, though?
I think he's a fine pick.
I mean, geez, you talked yourself into that real quick, man.
I like 2 other guys more than him. I mean, what do you want me to say?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how it works, man. See how it works. My bad, man. I'm spoiling picks. I'm sorry. Las Vegas is about to take a center, and then we'll see what happens. I apologize. Sincerest apologies. I'm getting ahead of myself. Getting excited.
Max Melton is a guy that I probably would not have been interested in at 42.
This really is a Mark Andrews like fall.
Maybe they go Adonai Mitchell at 59.
Jason's asking why I'm being so negative today. What's negative? Like, do you want me to sit here and pretend that I like Lassiter when I hadn't mentioned his name through the whole process? Like, what do you want from me, brother? You want me to put on a Texan shirt? And hold on just a sec, man. Let me give you what you want, Holmes. Since that's what you want. I've mentioned his ass the whole time. You want me to lie to you? Hold on just a sec, man.
So the Cardinals, they drafted. I'm just going to keep moving. They drafted Rutgers cornerback Max Melton. Okay. And then these picks are going faster than I can update them. Oregon center Jackson Powers Johnson. Powers Johnson sounds like a porno name.
Yes, I think it's the best pick of all time. I'm sorry for being negative. I never meant, he's the greatest thing. He's the biggest competitor ever. Let me give you what you want. Let me be positive for you, man, and just tell you everything. I mean, what do you want from me, man? I didn't mention his name. You want me to sit here and lie to you? Can't look at myself in the mirror with that stuff, brother. This is what you want? Yeah, he's a really big fighter and he really fights. He's not fast and, he's not big or anything like that. So, but it doesn't matter because we're the Texans and we're going to keep fighting and all that type of stuff. Get the hell out of here, man. What the hell you want? I don't know the guy. I said that their credibility's on the line. Nah, he's awesome.
Max Melton was a favorite of a couple of different people. People enjoying the battle red Landry. I don't worry about comps too much because everybody's comped to a crappy player at some point. So I'm not super worried about comps. One guy said I was sure that Landry was bald.
Might as well be.
So why didn't they trade up? It looks like it got really expensive to trade up.
Man, the Rams price, good Lord.
It looked like it was really expensive to trade up.
That was nuts, man.
Couple of super chats coming in. Defensive tackle next. You can. I wouldn't force it. There's going to be some guys available. Michael Hall Jr., probably the top defensive tackle left for me.
Yeah, I think Lassiter could end up being a good player, but I mean, if you're one of these people who like took pride in covering the draft and passionately talked about what the Texans should do, and then all of a sudden they draft him, and you say anything other than "we'll see how it goes," or "I did not like this guy," or "I was not as high on him," then what are you doing? Like you're not really covering this thing. So we'll see how it goes. I'm not sitting here pounding the table against him or anything like that. But if I sat here and I see the Texans draft him, and then all of a sudden I read his Wikipedia page and I'm giving you facts and saying, "Oh, I love the way that he fits into this," then where the hell have I been the last 3 months? I like Kool-Aid. I like Dejin. Now they didn't take him over him, so that's a completely different thing.
The trade-up stuff
I don't think it's crazy.
The trade-up stuff got too expensive, it feels like. So
I do think, though, I will say this though with the Texans, and I think this is the big thing, is that if they were going to draft for need, that's where they needed to do it. And sometimes when you draft for need, it doesn't pay off, and sometimes you draft for need in the wrong spot. But if the Texans were going to draft for need, I think that corner was the best place to do it instead of DT. That's why I didn't want the DT thing, because I think that with the committee, with the effort, with the swarm, with what you got on the edge, I feel like you can make do with DTs. And I also think they've shown that they can evaluate guys in such areas, and sometimes that can happen. And I don't think that there were big opportunities here. But if you were going to draft for need and you felt like there was a pressing need that you needed to draft for, I think corner was a better place to draft for need instead of DT.
I tend to agree with you. I'd rather force a corner than force a defensive tackle. David White with a super chat. Lassiter pick freaking stinks, but I'm also not a GM. What the freak do I know? Not fast, not tall, and we let Dejin and Kool-Aid go in front. I mean, look, these trade-up prices seem to have gotten a little bit ridiculous. And the Texans were moving up 2 spots. Some of these other teams are moving up 9 or 10 spots. So I certainly understand, sitting back and standing pat and not dipping into your third round for a couple of spots. No one more super chat. Rich says Lassiter had the best 3-cone of any cornerback in this draft. So may not have the straight line speed, maybe got the agility that you need at the spot.
That advanced stat, all that kind of stuff that everyone's going with.
One more from Jacob. I enjoyed Battle Red Landry. Please bring him back.
Negative. Like I'm supposed to sit here and say that Lassiter's good when I haven't said it once the whole time. Like what do you want me to do?
I like
that's what I'm like. What do you want me to do?
I liked a couple different guys a little bit more. So while we were talking about corner, Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker from Texas A&M, went to the Green Bay Packers. And the most recent pick that just came in, we have our first running back of the draft. Jonathan Brooks goes to the Carolina Panthers.
I don't love Brooks as much as everyone else. And as you know, I've watched every snap of Texas football from the age of 4 to now. I like him. I think he's a good back. I just don't. I don't like him more than Benson.
I just don't know that he's going to help you in 2024. So that's why I didn't feel like he ever fit with the Texans. I feel like there's a little bit of getting back from the injury and then the adjustment to the NFL that's going to limit his impact in 2024. And again, he's been swearing up and down that he's going to be ready July 1st.
He could
whatever team is going to draft him. But I don't like guys having to rely on guys coming off of a serious knee injury. And that's what, I mean, if you draft Jonathan Brooks, you're asking him to be running back 2 for this team. And that's a player that you would need to rely on. And I just don't like relying on guys coming off of that injury like that.
Torn ACL might as well be a rolled ankle these days, though.
Nick Crawford has next pick. Who do we want? I mean, if Adonai Mitchell's going to keep following, please.
There's no way he's falling to 59.
I would look at safety. So Lassiter's teammate, Javon Bullard at Georgia. He's a little bit more center fieldery than like my big thing with safeties is I kind of go on the Petrie scale. How close to Petrie is he? And I don't want that guy. So I want as little Petrie to a guy's game as possible. You can
find good Petrie though. Like what was Winfield too Petrie for you? Or is it just from here on out?
From here on out.
It's like my Ross Blacklock PTSD. You have the Petrie PTSD.
Yeah. So I want a center fielder type a little bit more. So Bullard fits that mold. If you want to go safety, if you want to go, I mean, I don't know why they would do this, but if you want to go linebacker, the Michigan kids there, Junior Colson, people gush about him. Peyton Wilson, the linebacker from NC State, but he's got horrible medicals. Like he's got multiple season-ending injuries and a shoulder issue that people are worried about. Defensive end would be weird, but Marshawn Nealon met with the Texans in the pre-draft process.
I mean, I know I was anti-DT in the first, but I mean, I would not hate Chris Jenkins here. Like, I don't think that would be the worst thing. I mean, in this situation.
Shane with the super chat. Curious as to why Mitchell hasn't been picked yet. I wonder if if so is Bob McGinn that had the diabetes thing. In addition to that, in the report, he also said that people are worried about his maturity. So, I mean, the guy can play. At this point, he's a steal for whoever wants to go snag him. One more here on the super chat. Overhaul says, went and watched me some Kamari Lassiter highlights. This guy's a kill zone cornerback. Fasted 3-cone at the draft. Thanks for the content, fellas. Overhaul,
I'm not against it. I just don't know about it.
Appreciate you chiming in here on the draft show, brought to you by Platinum AC and Heating. Call my guy Dwayne when you need air conditioning help. Dwayne is going to be there to take care of you. You don't want to have to call the AC guy when you need him, so get that pre-check for the summer. Give him a call today, 832-777-3683. Check them out, PlatinumACandHeating.com. Just put it in your phone so you have your own AC guy. He's local here in Houston. He's a Texans fan, just like most of the people watching this. And I'm sure Monday I'll find out if he likes Kamari Lassiter or not. And if you need him on the weekends, too, he can take care of you on the weekends. So AC goes out tonight, he can help you
weekends,
out tomorrow.
Huh?
Yep, he can take care of you on the weekends if you need it.
That's when it's most important, man. That AC dies out on Friday night.
You don't want to go all weekend long without AC. You won't be chilling. You'll be melting. Mr. Clean 465. Kamari Lassiter, he only allowed one completion every 23 pass attempts, which was the second highest in college football, behind Kool-Aid McKinstry, who allowed one every 24 pass attempts. GOAT broadcast, keep it up. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat, Mr. Clean, and thank you for the kind words.
Some people like Hall better than Jenkins. I can get down with that. I'm not.
I like Hall.
One. I like Hall too.
I like Hall
CJ
a lot
probably
more than
likes
Jenkins.
Hall a lot more too, and CJ seems to have strong opinions.
I like Hall a lot more. CJ likes all the Ohio State guys, though. He tweeted about Tommy Eichenberg, or he Instagrammed about Tommy Eichenberg, and Eichenberg's like barely alive on the field with the way the NFL plays. Okay, so the Giants are on the clock here.
They've already taken a receiver, so you do have to. This is where you can kind of like eliminate. Like, would they take Mitchell? They already took a receiver, so.
Ooh, dime store discernment. Jacksonville better not get AD.
They should.
I mean,
but they already took a receiver too. So I mean, there you go.
Is it crazy to double up?
I mean, it's not crazy, but
how about sense of freaking Natty getting him?
How about Giants? They got Tyler Newman, so we got a safety.
I like Newman. Probably
good,
one of the criticisms that I read about him was he made mistakes trying to be too perfect.
Yeah, but he's at Minnesota, man. Like, what does that mean?
Well, he's the all-time Minnesota interception leader too.
Yeah, so it's like he's playing at Minnesota. What's he supposed to do?
Well, yeah,
it's easy to play sound at Georgia or Alabama or Oregon. I mean, he's at Minnesota. He's got to make plays. Like your defensive play. You've watched those 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. Big Ten games. Yeah. It's always like you need to make a massive defensive play to win the game.
He's a really smart player too. And going to the Giants, be my guest. You probably never see him on the schedule. That's
PJ Fleck to Brian Dable.
Raphael asks, can we get Battle Red Landry for a pick reaction after 59?
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, if you want me to just be positive,
just wait for somebody to piss him off. And
why are you being so negative? The funniest was in like
Gilbert says, cheer up, Landry.
I'm fine. I'm not disappointed. But the best is when like you're covering the team in 2020, 2021, or 2022. And you'll talk to someone at like the tailgates. Shout out to everyone at the tailgates. And they'll be like, you're so negative. What in the hell am I? What do you think I'm supposed to do?
Gilly says, I'll never question D'Amico developing a young player on defense. I trust him.
You should. You should
trust him.
They've given you no reason not to. So the blind trust is fine, but I mean the draft, like you don't like you have your initial take. Your initial take will be wrong probably half the time, and it's a reaction, man.
I'm surprised by how expensive the trade up prices have been here in the second round.
The picks,
yeah.
Yeah, that was a weird price. It almost feels like they literally had
Mason Smith. His parents gave him an extra A in the name Mason because they wanted him to stand out from other Masons.
Okay.
If he turns into the player that he was supposed to be coming out of high school, that's a really fun pick, but he basically he's barely played. Played 3 seasons at LSU, 1 affected by injury, 1 lost to injury. He's like barely played.
Yeah, I'm good on this one. That ain't gonna work out.
What about Mitchell for Cincinnati?
Do what?
What about Mitchell for Cincinnati?
Nah.
Have a T. Higgins replacement.
You can trade Higgins. Man, we're 4 away from Mitchell Fonda.
You just want Mitchell to be there at 59.
I'm saying we're 4 away from him falling to the Colts.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Surely Washington would keep that from happening. Mr. Clean says Landry's passionate, not negative. Y'all pipe down.
No, it's fine. I mean, negative can be passionate. It's fine. It's all good.
Man, let me update the little banner down here. All right. So Green Bay took Edrin Cooper. We got to stop having 15-minute intros for stuff, Roger.
It's the buildup of the game, man.
What do I do when I run out of characters here, Landry?
You just cut out characters. You put you like if their last name is recognizable enough, just take out the first.
Okay.
That's what I do.
There's a few of those. Oh, Chris Jenkins. Not quite. I mean, I guess, needed a DJ Reader replacement. Reader's in Detroit now, right?
I mean, he's a little different than that. He ain't stopping the run like that.
No, he's not. The scary thing about some of these defensive tackles is the production is not quite where you would be impressed just on the surface. So, like, you have to trust people who do the evaluations and figure it out when you're learning about them. I'm not saying you have to trust the Texans necessarily, but I'm saying, like, defensive tackles, like, I can go look at a wide receiver and see stats. I can go look at a corner and read about how they never threw at him. But your defensive tackles, they do some. I mean, Jenkins was a dirty work guy for Michigan, so the stats look bad, but people love the dirty work that he took care of.
Do you think that you think Jim Harbaugh is like, does he have like an assistant that makes note of every time a Michigan player gets drafted so he can like shoot him a text tomorrow? Or do you think Jim Harbaugh is the type that's just following the draft and will just like stop his whole draft process just to like text Chris Jenkins, congratulations, happy for you?
That's a really good question.
See you next season. Like when you just leave college and your guys are getting drafted and you're going through the process and stuff, how do you think he does that? Because he seems like he would be like really, really cornball. For like not even like in a bad way, but Jim Harbaugh just seems like a guy, like as soon as one of them got drafted, like, hey, I'm so proud of you, man. Thank you so much. I remember recruiting you. Yeah, like it seems like he's like handwritten letter guy. I could see him just stopping the draft process. Hold on. Chris Jenkins just got drafted by Cincinnati. Hold on. I gotta write a handwritten letter for him.
Handwritten letter guy for sure.
We went and watched him play in the 4A district championship or something like that.
Handwritten letter guy for sure.
Yeah. But I just wonder if he has someone, because there's no way he's like going to on his own go back and look at it. Does he have someone that's in charge, like an intern or something, that's just making note of every time they get picked?
Yeah, probably. He just got back-to-back picks. Sandra Strill. Solid player. Played corner for like 2 years.
Dude, is there anything better than when you're growing up and you're just sitting on the couch watching the highlights after the draft picks?
You get so excited because
it's like SportsCenter on steroids, man. You're just like, oh, damn. Oh, wow. And then you start to remember that game and you're like, oh, man, that game was sick. Oh, man, I remember that. Oh, God, look at that. Look at that. He schooled so-and-so, blah, blah, blah. There's nothing better than watching the highlights, man. Like when you're just sitting there consuming the draft. So sick. Oh my God. Is that Bob Myers in the Washington War Room? Please tell me that wasn't him. Was that someone else? He's in the War Room? God.
That's the old is that the Warriors guy?
Dude, Silas just brought up Charles Woodson highlights. I watched his football life the other day. Man, that was like at the early of my football watching. Bro, that dude, I think he's the best. He's easily the best DB of all time. And he's like, if you're just saying football player, he's up there. Because Dion was Dion, but Charles Woodson won Defensive Player of the Year, and he won a freaking Heisman, and he won National Championship, and he won a Defensive Player of the Year like in his late 30s. Unbelievable. If Indy takes Mitchell, I'm pissed. This is Mark Andrews all over again. I'm telling you, this is diabetes BS.
I can't believe that diabetes is what's People this
It
worried
might be
about it.
something else.
Yeah, I guess so. Somebody just said. Somebody was just texting me. That McConkey guy looks a little slow.
Well,
I think, he don't look as fast as some of the other guys for a variety of reasons.
look at this picture of Chris Jenkins with his son. These are the ones that I love when the kid gets drafted.
His dad is enormous.
Dude, and his dad was fast, man. I thought he was offsides every play. Man, we could have had that pick, bro. We could have had that pick.
That is such a. We'd have had to video in Chris Myers to talk about the time Chris Jenkins owned him for an entire game.
That's hilarious.
That's a great pick. I mean, that would look like a dress or like that for most people. The biggest Jenkins was.
That's funny.
Ryan with a super chat. He's got a question. If the Texans do take Mitchell, where does he go? The top of the wide receiver room seems set. I mean, just kind of get him ready for next year. When somebody needs a break, tap the helmet, then let Mitchell come in.
He'll make it work.
If I was Bobby Slowick, I wouldn't be upset with trying to figure it out.
Yeah, he'll make it work. He can play, man. And the other thing about him, he's a legit red zone threat. Like he's a legit can go up and grab that hoe. He can go up and grab it. Now, if you watched Texas play Washington, Quinn Ewers, Shaq wouldn't have caught the balls that he threw at the end of that game. I don't know what the hell he was doing. Didn't even give him a chance to go up and get it, but he can go up and get it in the red zone. I'm with Sanders too. I'm on the Texas train right now.
I wonder what Indy's going to do here.
Indy's weird, man.
Pittsburgh's boring.
They're excited. We had this argument yesterday.
Pittsburgh's boring.
They're boring but intriguing.
The Texans have some. I feel like they have a tough decision to make here, depending on how some of these players fall to 59. Still so many picks. I would dislike Mitchell to the Colts greatly. Who is Freiermuth? One of the guy who threw his rookie quarterback under the bus in the offseason? Zach Frazier, West Virginia, huh? Day one starter at center, according to most of the offensive line nerds. I say that with affection. The offensive line nerds.
Let's stalk on Lassiter's Twitter. That's what I want to do. Here.
Oh, you want to pull it up? Okay, here we go.
Yeah, let's just stalk on Twitter. Let's go social media, like stalk on his Twitter. Georgia Bulldog, 6,082 followers.
Okay.
K3. I guess this is a little picture. Oh, him and Bullard. Ooh, what if they
reunite?
What if they reunite? Could there be a reunion? I'm gonna
K3 JB.
Gonna
K3 JB.
I'm just gonna tweet this out. Gonna reunite in Houston. I'm just gonna
go to the likes. See what he's got on.
I'm not gonna look at his likes. That's an invasion of privacy. Now you're being a creep, man.
That's not an invasion of privacy.
You're trying to turn the people against him, man. What the hell's wrong with you, bro?
It's public.
So he doesn't tweet much.
That's good. That's probably a benefit to him.
It's real good. Look at this game. Look at him and his mom. Good thing. Okay.
All his likes are just wholesome stuff.
He can't believe you're looking at his likes. He's a mama's boy. Okay. Respect.
The Texans do love them some good human beings. David Wright says AD Mitchell is wide receiver 4. Doesn't sound so bad, to be honest.
You want to look at these highlights? You ready? Okay.
All right.
What's up, music?
Got him
Let's
warmed
pumped.
up.
All right, let's get ready, man. All right.
Not gonna be 3 in the league.
Right.
That's tank.
Intense. All right. Okay. Yeah.
What's up, number 2?
Throw him down. Throw him down. Come here, 7. Come get some. Yeah, that's what's up. That's what I'm talking about. Get the team pumped up, man. You know what? I'm turning around here. There you go. Yeah. Give everyone some love. What's up, coach? What's up, quality control? Throw his ass down. Let's go, baby.
Read that like a book.
Get here, Brew McCoy. Come get some. Yeah. Bat it down. Let him know. Okay. Walk back. I remember that game in the rain. Okay. Come here, Mizzou. Frauds. TCU. Y'all ain't built for this. What's up, Tone Setter? Okay. I'm fired up. Told you I just need some highlights. What's up, teammate? What's up, already prepared handshake? Okay.
Oh, I like this stat. How about this?
Okay.
Hasn't been flagged for a PI since 2022.
All right, there we go. I'm good now. We good to go.
All right. There you go. There's your Kamari Lassiter highlights. All right. Zaire Franklin's making the Colts selection here, Landry.
Appreciate the warning. Well, okay. Well,
what do we got here? Shut up and make the pick. Dummy.
Yep. There you go.
Oh, crap. Hope the diabetes is worse than we thought it was.
Wow.
Just kidding. Man, good for him. You like going to a good situation. You like going to a good situation, but I don't like him in the AFC South.
It's good value, man, at 52. Here's the go-ahead touchdown. Look at that route. Go-ahead touchdown against CJ. 54 seconds, I think, left on the clock there. Look at that. I mean, he just can catch contested, and he runs a 4.3.
Silas has a super chat question. What's the total number of picks you think we end up in this draft? I predict we get 7 drafted players. That feels about right. They started with 9. Caserio moves around a little bit. 7 feels about right. Silas, appreciate the super chat, my man. He also asked, what position do you think the Texans should double dip? 2 running backs? Get a stacked running back room like the Ravens had? I'd be okay with a safety double dip. I'd be okay with a defensive line double dip, probably. I mean, not necessarily 2 tackles or 2 ends. There's probably enough that you could spread it out. You wouldn't double dip. That's where I'm at on from that standpoint. Silas, appreciate the super chat, my friend. Thank you. David asks, Lassiter versus Adonai Mitchell, who's going to win?
They probably have competed against each other before, right?
It's one of those things where
were they in the same recruiting class? They might have been.
I can find out for you.
Yeah, because Adonai was at Georgia 2 years, and then Lassiter, was he early enrollee or was he a senior?
So he got there in 2021.
I don't like Adonai Mitchell being in the division. I think he's a really good player, but yeah.
Yeah, so they played it the first 2 years at Georgia together. His first 2 years at Georgia, they played together. Who can we text to make sure that question gets asked? Who's at the Texans?
Like about them playing or what?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Basically just gave up on everybody that's covering the team tonight.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's one's going to slide in or not.
How much did you guys talk to in the draft process?
Talking about Aaron Wilson.
Well, no, I just was.
Seth ain't asking questions today. Seth's covering the draft. He's talking.
I was just wondering. Wide receiver UT Mitchell.
Got the Commanders, man.
I feel like they've been on the clock every time I've looked up today.
They got a lot of picks today. Trying to make some moves. Magic Johnson. Is he in the war room or is he just kind of like a face there?
Have you seen the trailer for the Donald Sterling show on FX?
No.
So FX is doing a show about the Donald Sterling Clippers and Ed O'Neill.
No, they're not. Like a Showtime type?
Like, yes.
You're lying.
I'm not. It looks great. Ed O'Neill is
Al Bundy's gonna be him?
Al Bundy is Donald Sterling.
God.
Yes. Yes. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I'm a little hurt by this Mitchell. You're not lying in the chat. Not feeling great about that.
Jacob, does AR-15 play more than 4 games this year? Maybe. He made it, what, 3 last year, 4 last year?
Yeah, that one hurts. The ad and I hurts.
Appreciate you, Jacob. Super chat.
Ain't no one.
Landry, do a Hardo Caserio impression of the Lassiter pick, please.
Nah, I'm good.
That was the value on our board. Draft's not about one player. Man, I hate Adonai Mitchell going to the Colts. That's annoying.
I mean, it's going to be Pittman, Mitchell, Pierce.
Yeah.
Taylor.
Pierce kind of stinks, though.
I don't think he does, man. It kind of feels like they always miss him. They miss their opportunities.
They can't get him the ball consistently.
Yeah, I don't think he sucks. I don't think he's like great or anything, but it does feel like they're not in the best position to maximize what he has.
Commies had 3 picks here in the second round. Good Lord.
Man, I want Benson at this point.
The Florida State running back?
Yeah, Benson.
That'd be fun.
Or right.
That would also be fun.
Bobby might be able to have some fun with Wright.
Al Bundy wasn't racist, definitely sexist.
He was everything.
The actor playing Al Bundy is playing Donald Sterling. There is a funny clip of Donald Sterling in the trailer going, "They think I'm a racist."
What was Donald Sterling was like getting mad at his side piece for taking pictures with Magic Johnson?
Yeah, why he didn't like that she brought he didn't like who she was bringing to the courtside seats that he gave her.
And at one point he was wearing those weird ass glasses or what were those? V Stiliano, right? Or something?
Yeah. Ben Sinnott being the second tight end off the board is pretty out there.
Well, I feel like the Texans would have liked him because he's kind of H-back, could have replaced Beck, good blocker, all that. I actually thought he would have been nice.
Yeah, in the 3rd round. Hey, the Browns are finally on the clock.
Price of Deshaun.
Hey, welcome to the NFL draft, Cleveland.
Yeah, remember Vista Liano? She was like, didn't want it to be hidden. Dawn Sterling. I just put this up. Remember this? Remember this chick?
Yeah.
Is that Magic Johnson?
She had the welder's mask on.
That was funny.
Al Bundy scored 4 touchdowns in one game. That's absolutely right.
Thought it was 6.
Was it 4 or 6?
I'm not sure. It was at Polk High, right?
That sounds right, yeah.
All right, here we go. Browns are picking. Who's making the pick? Who is that?
Carl Nassib?
Why? He wasn't good. What is that? Why is he up there? What did he do?
Well,
Let me look at those career stats. Hold up, Carl Nassib. Let me check this out.
I don't think it's for his production on the field.
You sure? I thought this was only for like really good players or active players. I mean, this is let me check out this Carl Nassib. Oh, yeah, was he a good Brown?
The chat. Oh man.
What did Carl Nassib do? Let me see this career. Okay. I'm confused. Why is Carl Nassib up there?
Maybe he's supporting like a project or something.
What do you mean?
You know, there's like a thing.
They introduced him as like a legend. Let me see with the Browns. How'd he do?
Michael Hall Jr., the pick by the Browns. Damn.
Okay.
That
That's a good pick by them.
That would have been
sure
a really
he's very popular there because he's Ohio State too.
Would have been a really fun pick at 59. People were critical of the amount of times I use the word fun, so I'm trying to.
Nassib played 3 years for the Browns. 2 years.
Can we move on from Carl Nassib, please?
I'm just saying 2 years, and he cut in 18, and he's announcing their pick. That's
from Streetsboro, Ohio. Grew up in the inner city of Cleveland, went to Ohio State, and then gets drafted by the Browns.
Are we talking about Carl Nassib or
no? I'm talking about Michael Hall. I'm done with Carl Nassib. I don't care. Why
are you done with him? What do you have against him?
I don't have anything against him. Announce whatever you want to announce. Do with whatever you want to do in the privacy of your own home, Carl Nassib.
Wait, what? What do you mean? I thought he was a good football player. That's why he's up there.
I think he's up there for different reasons, Landry. Like maybe never mind. I'm not going to say it.
Just avoid it. Just avoid it.
OSU.
You did a really good job of not biting the hook there.
I don't even want to talk.
Say good job, Uncle Cody. Say good job, Uncle Cody. Look at Cody. Look at Cody. He's a lot smaller online, isn't he?
Dude, he's up there for
folks, can he?
He's up there for suicide prevention.
Say it again.
He's up there for suicide prevention.
Okay. I mean, that's a good cause, but all right. Good for him, man. Respect to Carl Nassib, legend. Let me just put it this way. I take back what I said. Ozzie Newsome, Jim Brown, Bernie Kosar, Eric Metcalf, Carl Nassib. Which order?
Haney and Rob Hull. I guess Caserio will just have to draft another DB. That wouldn't be a bad thing. Lumineer ass safety or defensive tackle. Either one of those would be fine. All the top. I won't say top, but you're starting to dip into the tackle. You're starting to dip into the defensive tackle realm pretty deep here.
Yeah, it's getting to where it's almost not even worth looking at.
Yeah, not this high. Maybe you could go with a guy in the third or the early fourth.
You might want to dip safety or running back here or tight end. I don't know that they want to leave this draft without a tight end. The other thing is in the third round, there's going to be a run on tight ends and running backs like a mofo. So you might want to proactively look to get a second running back that can make plays or a tight end that can do a lot of things that perhaps could be your tight end of the future and contribute this year.
Cougs on the board with Patrick Paul going. Gigantic person. He like, you know, kind of what's the phrase the old timers use? Like cuts through the crowd. He's probably a career right tackle, I would think. I'm not saying he can't play left tackle, but Dolphins definitely need some O-line help. Patrick Paul, good for him. Only one safety off the board. I would dip into safeties. You got Bullard. You got Cole Bishop. You got Cameron Kinchins from Miami. Jaden Hicks from Washington State, though he screams Petrie 2.0. The defensive tackles, you've already had Murphy, Newton, Jenkins, Arroyo, Hall, Smith, Fisk, and Sweat come off the board. I mean, you want the second best safety or you want the 9th best defensive tackle?
I mean, they like Bullard, right? How serious are they about upgrading at safety? I mean, I know they like Petrie, but how much? And you can still use him. I actually think if you're just using Petrie as a non-starting safety, you can figure out some smart things.
Jason says, what next Texans pick will get you stoked, Cody? I'd be stoked for one of these safeties. I don't know if there's I don't know that any of the wideouts really knock my socks off. Troy Franklin, maybe. I mean, it's too early to go tight end. I'm trying to convince myself. I think I want Bullard.
So you're going safety?
Georgia.
I want a running back.
Only one off the board so far is Brooks.
Yeah, I want a running back.
Trey Benson from Florida State and Jalen Wright from Tennessee, your top two, I'm guessing.
Yeah, Benson and Wright. I like Benson, man.
Baylor Bear asks, what about Roman Wilson?
No thanks.
I don't know that he provides as much as I thought he did initially in the draft process.
Yeah, if you're gonna get a slot receiver, I would get Whittington late. I'm not just saying this because he's a Texas guy. I just feel like you can do a lot with him, and I think he can contribute on special teams. I think Wilson's kind of Mechie-ish, where it's produce as a receiver or bust type of thing, and I don't think that they need that type of thing. Someone says it's too early for a running back. How? I mean, you're about to see a run. It's not too early. This is
where Jeremiah has been predicting the run to start.
Yeah, this is the run. This is not too early. This is the perfect time because you get to take the right guy. They're not a dime a dozen. Like this notion that running backs are a dime a dozen, you can get them all the time. It's a lie. So we got Jatavian Sanders mention all that. So
what are the cows gonna do?
They need a running back like a mofo.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
they were talking about
bringing back Zeke.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're in a bad spot.
So a couple players going a little bit lower than I expected them to go. And some of the prognosticators expected them to go. Enos Rakestraw Jr., the corner from Missouri. Obviously, he's not a Texans target if they just drafted a corner.
Cowboys are clapping.
Junior Colson, the Michigan linebacker. Hi, do you want to be on the Dallas Cowboys?
Jerry's making the call.
Do you like Johnny Walker Black? We got all you can drink.
Johnny Walker Blue.
It's blue? Is Johnny Walker Blue?
I think it's blue. I think blue's the more expensive, right?
Buddy, I would not know. I would not know.
You like yellow bellies.
I do not have expensive liquor taste or expensive booze taste.
No doubt. What is your opinion? The What are you worked up about? Good Lord.
The pick is in.
What's your opinion, ma'am? What's your opinion, ma'am?
How y'all guys feel about Will Shipley? That'd be a really
Day 3.
Yeah, fourth round, or if they moved around, ended up with a 5th rounder.
Even if they take a back here, I'd be down with it. Like the more backs, the better, especially if it's crowded there. If you get a guy who can do a lot of things like that, yeah, sign me up.
Cowboys fans will be beside themselves if they don't get a running back here, won't they?
Is that Chad Hennings coming up there from the Air Force vet? He's got 3 guys in a wheelchair. I think that's Chad Hennings. He doesn't look that old either.
Yep. There you go.
Chad Hennings.
Yep. That's what it said on the big board there. No, I'm not putting that one on the screen, but that's
screw, you're going to hell on scholarship, man. Well, you got a full ride, man. You probably got a $10 million NIL deal waiting for you.
Oh man. Petrus like the home uniforms. What, he's got to grow on you? Those big foam hats are so hot.
Dude, people are up on these big hats. I don't know how this happened, but it happened.
Wiggles Ming asks with a super chat, is Brandon Dorless, the Oregon defensive tackle, a fit for the Texans?
I don't know. I will take a back seat to the all-knowers.
So some people think he's probably an end and not a true tackle. And I would tell you that right off the bat, that sort of makes him a weird fit for the Texans. Not that it's impossible that you could figure out a way to do it.
How long was Chad Hennings' speech? My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
But I would be more interested in other positions and maybe even going later for defensive tackle than drafting Dorless. Again, he feels like a guy that most people think is probably a specialty defensive tackle, but he's actually an end. So, I mean, versatility is a good thing for most people. I just feel like for what the Texans need, a defensive tackle, they probably don't need a versatile guy. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, they got some versatile guys. They need someone who can sit in there in the damn
trenches. They need a guy that can go in there and just kick ass, and I don't think that's Dorless.
So Cal's took an edge guy.
Marshawn Neeland. Well, I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence is 79 years old, so he's still good. That's the I have a piss you off prediction for 59, actually.
Okay. I'm not going to get pissed at 59. I mean, I'm not going to get like fake excited, but I'm not going to get pissed at 59.
Roger Rosengarten, right tackle, Washington.
It's fine. I'd actually be fine. If they proactively look at the offensive line and they feel like they're going to get a good tackle, I'd be encouraged by that. I want proactive picks don't piss me off. It's drafting for need, like the initial drafting for need. I don't mind proactiveness. If it appears that it's not a need and y'all feel strong enough and convicted enough to take it, I like that a hell of a lot more.
Stagg also asked about Wilson or Cole Bishop. Both would be very interesting players at 59. Wilson probably, again, not ideal with the injury history, but he's an athletic freak. D'Amico could find ways to use him. And then Cole Bishop, he's one of my favorite players in the draft. Utah safety, heat seeking missile. Couple picks away here, baby.
Dude, I feel like the Cowboys are going to get a stud in this Neeland guy. I just feel like they always surprise you, man.
They had that defensive lineman from Ole Miss they took a couple of years ago was pretty good.
Yeah, they just surprise fools.
Williams,
Neeland, dude, being something.
Cooper Beebe, the Kansas State offensive guard.
If they draft a guard, then that is a wrap for Kenyon Green.
Yes. Cooper Beebe, it was so Byron Murphy told me at the combine that Cooper Beebe was the toughest offensive lineman he played at Texas.
What are we comparing that to would be the question.
Well, I mean, JJS, how about Cooper Beebe? He's a dog. Yeah, I mean, look, if you take him, then your offensive line is set. You know who the 5 players are. And then you've got a bunch of guys battling for depth. If you take Cooper Beebe, he's your starting left guard. And then Juice plays center. And then Patterson and Kendrick Green and Kenyon Green can fight to the death who the backups are.
So the best available right now, they're definitely not going to take Rakestraw. They're not taking 2 corners.
Correct.
Colson, perhaps. Peyton Wilson out of NC State. Javon Bullard's actually the 5th best available.
I like Bullard for where they're picking and what's coming up here.
Okay, so you want to go safety. Okay.
I'll go safety.
And then are we just focusing on offense from here on out or what?
Well, I would say I'd be more excited about picking the 2nd best safety than the 9th or 10th best defensive tackle.
That's fair. I mean, that's
and Bullard. So the thing that you read about Bullard is, and I think the conversation around him is, I mean, he's the number 2 safety on Dane Brugler's big board for safeties, but he fits in well. Like he's a good player, but he's a great team player in that, like, when the team is like, he really makes it known when other guys are taking care of their business, he kind of takes it all to a whole nother level. Like, he's not going to change everything by himself, but he's a better team player than like an individual.
We need to catch up, man.
Bullard's gone already. Did he just go? Yep. 12 seconds ago.
Texans are officially on the clock, baby.
All right, so the Texans are on the clock, and yet again, they had the player that was fun. All right, so my TV's way behind. I'm on a commercial for.
Nah, mine is too, but I'm looking ahead, and I just know that they're on the clock. So,
all right, so Bullard's gone.
So Kool-Aid goes the pick before, and Bullard goes the pick before. So yeah, it's kind of
screw the Packers, man. Okay, well, I mean, the best safety according to Brugler's is Jaden Hicks from Washington State. Man, there goes I really like the idea of reuniting them, the Georgia players.
All right, so stick your pick, dude.
I mean, if they draft a corner here, then that means Lassiter's a safety. They draft an offensive lineman, maybe? That would be annoying. Look, give me Cole Bishop. I mean, I like him. Give me Cole Bishop. I get the chat saying the pick is in, but I'm 2 picks behind on TV.
Holy crap.
Did you just see it?
I'll let you react to this, dude.
Do I need to pull it up on the screen or what is holy crap? Holy crap's not good.
It's holy crap, dude. This is as much as reaction for Texans fans. This is going to be it. This is very weird. I mean, I don't have like the inside scoop on what's going on here, but yeah. I'm just ready for your reaction.
Holy crap's not good.
All right, well, you want to pull up the picture of who the Texans picked?
Yeah, I'll do it. Or is the chat good with this? Who is this guy?
Blake Fisher, tackle out of Notre Dame. Started 26 games at right tackle, 1 game at left tackle at Notre Dame. He gets a good initial pop and flashes the ability to move defenders off the ball in the run game. He has the length and the change of direction to develop into a reliable pass blocker at the NFL level. Fisher can give up too much ground initially, but he did a better job of working his hands inside, digging in and recovering last season.
This is dumb. Like clearly not playing this year backup. That's the pick. You need backup safeties. You could use a linebacker. You need a running back too, and you draft a backup right tackle. They didn't even draft a backup left tackle. God. The 11th offensive tackle on Dane Brugler's board. The 73rd overall player.
Is Titus moving to guard?
Fisher was Wally pipped by Joe Alt as a freshman and then produced uneven results at right tackle. He really should have benefited from staying in school another year as a senior to develop. He's a big, athletic finesse blocker who flashes power but falls off too many blocks and needs to introduce more control to his play style before he's ready for NFL competition. He's a developmental prospect reminiscent of a guy you've never heard of. Nicholas Petit-Ferré.
I made fun of everyone for mocking the Texans taking a tackle, to be honest with you. So, I mean, silly me. But I don't think that they think Titus Howard is as good as his teammates do. And quite frankly, why would they? Like, why would CJ Stroud think Titus Howard's a good tackle? I heard him say that the other day. He's never even played tackle with you, sir. So, I mean, he might be like a likable dude in the locker room and all that. We've never seen it, but I find it kind of funny that they took a tackle. So we'll see how that goes. I don't really get it.
Did he get scooped? Did Caserio get scooped on his guy twice in the second round? Got scooped on Kool-Aid and got scooped on Bullard?
I don't really know. I mean,
Ultimate Texan, stop cheering. You don't know who this guy is. Man. Blake Fisher.
Here's the highlights, man. Hey, he's clearing some holes, man. It's a good seal right there. Look at this. This dude's huge. Dude, this dude's strong as hell, man. Y'all watching these highlights on ESPN? I can fall in love with the highlight tape.
It's real hard to push the Pitt guy back. Oh my God.
You okay?
He's not like, if you're going to take a developmental player at the tackle spot, shouldn't you take a developmental player?
Who said he's developmental?
He's not playing this year, Landry. Like, he's not going to play. And Brugler said he's a developmental player. And Kuiper on that right there.
Brugler also said that Kenyon Green was plug and play, man. This might be the opposite.
And Kuiper just right there said he probably should have stayed for his senior season. Caserio surprised he's on TV. Well, this is underwhelming.
They really took a tackle with all that, man.
Ugh.
With all that, they took a tackle.
I wonder if they liked Patrick Paul too.
I don't know. They took a tackle, bro.
I'm aware. Bro.
I figured you should be more pumped by this. Aren't you the trenches hardo?
No. I think friggin' Jacob asked, is Titus a left guard again? I hope not. They watched him last year. He's not a guard.
His profile says tackle only.
And no, you can't trade Titus Howard. The dead money's too much. Go ahead and stop that.
No, it's fine. We'll see what's up. I mean, it's definitely like no one can be excited by this. There's nothing to be excited about. You can have blind faith. Like you can come here and I can give you some. If you want blind faith, have it yourself.
I mean,
I
look,
don't know about this guy.
The three kind of just like, hey, figure it out on the offensive line moments last year was Jarrett Patterson having to play right away. He played well. Kendrick Green having to play 2 days after he got here. He played okay till he got hurt.
Pull up Randall Holden real quick, please.
Who?
Randall, Randal. He couldn't even spell his name right. There's no way that's real.
You guys are never happy.
The hell you want me to be happy for?
Why would I be happy about an offensive tackle who's not going to play this year?
Yeah, what's happy about that? Lord, what is that logo? Don't what?
Don't tread on me, probably.
Okay, it's a weasel.
Joe Spada loves this pick. That's funny. Man.
Yeah, we'll see. It's a trust. It's an interesting one. It's not going to get anyone excited.
I mean, look, again, you go back to last year and guys that were, I mean, look, Patterson was thought to be a poor selection last year, even as late as he went, and he ended up starting for them out of necessity, but then he played well. I felt like Scruggs was fine coming in there playing after he got healthy. And Kendrick Green is a guy that, 3-4 days after he got here, he had to play right away, and he played fine. It's like this isn't Mike Devlin developing guys on the offensive line. So they've at least got the ability to develop him, but he doesn't help in 2024. If he keeps Charlie Heck off the field, though, I guess it's good.
Charlie Heck, man, all he does is fill in no matter what. Got liquid in my knees. You can never keep me out.
Liquid in my knees. David asks, is Fisher getting picked? Does that mean Kenyon Green is out? I'm all for it. No, Green's
he doesn't look like a guard.
No.
Move to guard guy. That guy looks like he's like 6'8". What is he? 6'6"? 6'8". He looked huge.
He's 6'5" and a half and 310.
Okay. What do you want to say?
Man, I just don't get excited about offensive linemen. That's part of the issue too. You had Cole Bishop right there. And then he goes to Buffalo. Oh, the team that I dislike from this draft, and they draft one of my favorite guys. I did not expect, I think just, there's a, Zach Owen, Amy Adams has a gun the next day. What does this mean? I don't know. She's blackmailing him into making bad picks. I don't know about all that. Mr. Clean. Where did he go? I was going to come in here and bring some cool facts about Fisher, but this one's a stinker, in my opinion. Caserio lost faith in some of our linemen. Look, if you tell me Titus isn't going to be ready this year and you need somebody to play right tackle, I guess, but I was under the impression that Titus was going to be ready. Your mic's off.
What if he's better than Titus? Like, what if he beats out Titus just straight up? What if that's the thing? What if it's just like a pure competition? He beats him out.
Then great. I mean, then I'd be happy to be wrong. I just don't know how he helps in 2024. JB, did we just spend a second round pick on a backup offensive tackle? Yeah, you did. That's what happened.
It's fine.
I mean, how does CJ went from Ricky Pearsall to what's the guy's name? Blake Fisher. Ricky Pearsall. Blake Fisher. Dag nabbit. H-Town TD 2000. Shaking my head, I don't get this. So many players that could have been taken. Fisher, if they wanted him, could have been had in the 6th or 7th round. He's not that bad. Come on, H-Town. He's not that bad.
Could have been taken when?
The 6th or 7th round. He's 3rd rounder is where Brugler thought he's going to go. So
here we go. Here comes the running back run.
The Lions took another running back?
He's pissed. Yeah, because they know what they're doing.
They have 3 running backs now. If you're drafting him to replace Titus Howard, it does make the questionable Titus Howard contract even more questionable.
We can't get out of it after this year, isn't it kind of set up that way?
And you can get out of any contract with the Lions took a cornerback.
Pull this up real quick, Stoots. PFF Texans doing some work. 7 games with no QB pressures allowed and 0 sacks allowed since 2022. I think, don't they play the service academies twice? Probably 2 of those were against the service academies, man. Let's look up another.
Yeah, and then they play some ACC also rans too.
God.
"26 straight games to finish his career.
There you go.
Easily out-leveraged at the point of attack."
Can't find a good scouting report, man. It's all good, man.
Almost no left tackle experience. So, he's a right tackle. I just like it if you're going to draft a guy for depth and like the hope that he develops. Like I prefer to draft left tackles.
Dude, I support the troops, brother. I just know that they don't really rush the quarterback very well.
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, they don't rush the quarterback very well.
William Green says John Harris likes Fisher more than Alt, apparently. I highly doubt that.
That's a lie. That dude's trying to be funny.
I had the right position, but I had the wrong player for the right tackle.
Dude's trying to be funny.
Boy, the draft grades that Nick Caserio hates are going to be flying.
What do you mean?
Caserio hates draft grades.
Man, he must have known something. His attitude. Here, let's see what Texans radio is saying right now. You want to listen in?
Sure.
All right, put me on. Tell me if you can hear it.
He might not have gotten drafted. It takes a lot of discipline for somebody who's big and likes to eat to learn that, I actually play better to lower body.
I'm going to offer to take Tavondre Sweat out to Waffle House every morning for the next 6 months until he's ready to go with the Titans.
I don't think you have to worry about that, Mark.
We're good.
All right, we're good. Wow. The Ravens took the Washington right tackle, who, he'll probably be awesome. He actually, people get excited about him. He was I make jokes about him. He was 10th on the board of offensive tackles. Fisher's 11th. So,
yeah, I get kind of nervous whenever you take a position and then the Ravens take it after you. It's not even based on anything other than just
what was the Mississippi State lineman's name?
Martinez Rankin.
Yep,
and then
Martinez Rankin.
They took Zeus.
Yeah, they took Orlando Brown Jr.
Little Zeus ended up flipping that for a first. Oh, they took Mark Andrews too, and then you took Jordan Akins, but yeah, it happens. Man.
49ers trading here. I guess I should try to, you know what? I'm bailing on the second round graphic. We'll get ready for the third round here. Oh, the Chiefs on the clock. Wonder what they're about to do. Probably draft someone fun. Watch them draft.
They might take Franklin. They might just say, F it. Let's go speed.
Watch them draft. That's another guy that I would have taken. I would have taken an offense, or I would have taken a wide receiver.
They might take Franklin or McMillan and just say F it. Let's play football. Let's go receiver.
Oh, nope, not doing that. If you want to get nervous about teams, when good teams draft the same position as you after you pick, then you get a little iffy about it.
Why is Buffalo like trading with KC all of a sudden? What's going on there?
Let's see. Just reading some of the interview highlights. Blake Fisher on Jarrett Patterson. That's my dog, JP. Cool. Glad that was a useful question asked. Met with the Texans at the Combine, did a few Zooms. Felt like there was interest from the AFC South champions, but didn't know it was to this level where they would draft him in the second round. Okay. I mean, they took Scruggs earlier than everybody thought they were supposed to take Scruggs last year, and he turned out fine. But he actually had an avenue to playing. So Fisher didn't know the interest was going to be this high.
What do you mean Fisher didn't know the interest was going to be this high?
He basically said he's shocked to get picked in the second round by the Texans.
Where do you see this?
Aaron Wilson. Here, I'll put it up for us. Texans rookie offensive tackle Blake Fisher said he met with them at the NFL Scouting Combine, did a few Zooms. Felt like there was interest from AFC South champions, but didn't know it was to this level where they would draft him in the second round. That's fun.
What is this from? I don't even see it.
And then the Chiefs.
Oh, there it is.
And then the Chiefs just took the BYU offensive tackle who plays left tackle.
So he was surprised.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, that's fine. It's all good. We were all surprised. We'll be surprised together. Go out there and play some ball. Go compete.
Rick says him and Patterson were teammates, chemistry working together. I mean, maybe, I guess. Patterson's not even guaranteed to play this year. I mean, he's got to go beat people out for his spot. Don't say you were surprised you got picked this early. That's not a good.
Yeah, I knew they were interested. I'm just kind of surprised. Well, maybe he thought that Laramie Tunsil was good. Is that possible?
Sometimes when you get a little hot under the collar, you need to cool off. And if your AC is not working the way it needs to be working, you got to call Platinum AC and Heating. My guy Dwayne will take care of you. Put it in your phone as the AC guy for when you need it. Hopefully you never need it, and you won't need it if you call Dwayne and get the yearly checkups on your AC. 832-777-3683. Repairs and maintenance on your current air conditioning unit. He can put a new one in for you if you need it as well. Over 35 years of experience in air conditioning and HVAC work. And, of course, if you own a business or a large-scale like apartment complex, he can take care of you as well with retail and commercial HVAC services. Put it in your phone, man. Put Dwayne in the phone because you need an AC guy you can trust when you need an AC guy. And he's a 5-star rated Better Business Bureau AC guy, as well as 5-star rated on Yelp and 5-star rated on Google reviews as well. Platinum AC and Heating are sponsors for the NFL Draft Show. We appreciate Dwayne and all the folks at Platinum AC and Heating helping us out with the sponsorship tonight. And check them out. Give them a call. And cool down when your team drafts a backup player. Nick's a rhythm drafter. He drafted CJ and Will last year back-to-back. Couldn't miss. Today he lost out on DeJean and Kool-Aid, and he started throwing up bricks. Rick says, sounds like you need to make that call. I can see the steam coming out of your ears. All right, your next pick is for the Texans is going to be in the third round. The 49ers will wrap up the second round. The Texans will be on the clock with the 23rd selection of the third round, which is the 86th overall pick. Baylor Barrow 3 says, ordering my Fisher jersey. You're sassy here. What DTs are left? So the defensive tackles that are left here. Brandon Dorless from Oregon is still there. Mekhi Wingo from LSU. Dwayne Carter from Duke. Leonard Taylor, the third from Miami. So a couple of interesting and fun names there. Cody, I liked your drafts way better. I mean, you know, I don't see the upside to it. I mean, Caserio is going to explain it at the end of the third round. He'll have a press conference. I don't see how it fits or works. And yeah, I get that Titus isn't here forever, and neither is Laramie. So I understand that. At this rate, the Commanders are going to have to trade us a DT. Yeah, maybe the DT room is a little bit more squared away than we thought it was. Who the nerd now, Stoots? I mean, did I criticize you for going offensive tackle? I think I saw that earlier in the comments. Hope I'm wrong, but this draft is looking really bad so far. Passed on many studs and drafted a backup OT with needs center, defensive tackle, safety. Yeah, doesn't really fill a need. This is the pool of players Nick and D'Amico are raving about. And Kamari Lassiter feels like Jalen Ramsey compared to the other pick. So we have our Tunsil Howard backup. Yep. Cody, would Cade Stover with the next pick cheer you up? Absolutely would. Absolutely. I'd be in on Cade Stover for sure. What's your draft grade so far, Stoots? Lassiter's nice. I mean, I like the other guys better, but Lassiter's nice. The NFL doesn't seem to like some of these corners as much as I do. I like TJ Tampa a lot. I like Cam Hart a lot. Both those guys are still available here as the third round gets going. Fisher's going to make all our other picks look amazing, setting the bar low. I don't believe Titus Howard's going to play guard anymore. There goes Renardo Green, cornerback, maybe a safety. You're back, Landry. What you got?
Yeah, I got something that has nothing to do with the draft. What are we talking about? I kind of got to ask the people. I think they might appreciate this.
Real quick, next pick is 23rd pick in the third round, so 86 overall.
Okay. Hey, long necks and cans are the same price, right? They used to be.
I mean, they're pretty close, aren't they?
I thought so too. Help me out. I know a lot of y'all know. Yeah, they're same price, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, aren't they within shouting distance of each other?
No, it's not anything crazy. I thought they were the same. Maybe they're not anymore. Who knows? Where's Wolfie doesn't drink? Good for you, man. I'm very proud of you, my friend. Seriously, that's good.
Bevo McSlapnut says long necks are more.
Okay, long necks are more. It used to be the same.
I
just always go with the longies, so who knows? Pause like a mofo, but yeah, that's usually what I go with. The O-line, and I think this is a really, really good ass point by who just said, I don't think he has a good eye for O-line. Pull that up. I think it's a really good point.
I don't see it, but somebody said they didn't have a good O-line eye.
Yeah, and I think I don't know that Caserio's done nothing to prove that he knows what the F he's doing at O-line. And I think that's extremely fair to assess. And like, if you have a fear about Nick Caserio in an area in which you don't trust him, because I just sent a video to the Sports Radio 610 staff. That's what I was doing. We were supposed to send instant reaction to the picks. I like at corner. Okay, we'll see what happens. We'll I guess trust him, whatever, like, and see how it goes. He's given me no reason to not trust him. Quite frankly, the Steven Nelson, the Desmond King, at corner, the scouts, they seem like they've done a pretty effort. Stingley, and I know some people would say, you know, Sauce, but I think at corner they have the benefit of the doubt, right? Like, just based on what Caserio has done. But at offensive line, they don't have that. Shaq Mason was okay last year.
Yeah.
Kenyon Green was awful. And you traded back and you passed up on some really good players to take him. Like, you passed up on Kyle Hamilton. You passed up on Karlaftis. You passed up on Jamison Williams. Like, you passed up on some really, really good players to take Kenyon Green. And if you're going to take a guard that early, he damn sure better be plug and play. Like, you're not drafting developmental guards in the first half of the draft. And then you look at Juice Scruggs. We don't know what he is. Titus Howard, you gave him an extension and you paid him like a top 5 right tackle, which is weird to me. And then you're drafting another tackle, and then you're bringing in just a bunch of guys. And the only like real elite offensive lineman you have is Laramie Tunsil, who some would say that you might have kind of given like a really, really favorable contract as well. So I think it's very fair. And I'm not sitting here trying to buzzkill. I'm not sitting here trying to make you skeptical or anything like that. But if Caserio has a weakness, it might be the offensive line. And when you're drafting a tackle, I don't see too many people saying they needed to draft a tackle before this. When you draft a tackle, like any skepticism, I think it's healthy, man. I think it's healthy. I think it's valid.
Yeah, the couple of solid performances from Patterson and Scruggs doesn't make up for some of the misses that they've had to this point.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If it's proactive, like, I don't mind being proactive. Like, if they have some sort of vision where this guy's going to replace Titus or he's going to replace Tunsil eventually and be the long-term guy and he develops into it, cool. Like, the Cowboys have kind of developed that with the Tyler Smith pick. So if they can do that, cool. But I don't expect anyone to trust them when it comes to O-linemen. There's been no return on investment at offensive line for a long time with this organization.
I just don't know. I mean, you look at this, and I don't know like what you're using a second-round pick on. Like, this guy's like, okay, yeah, he finished 2024.
Well, let's make it clear, because this guy damn sure can't play guard. like
Titus Howard. Like, this is Titus Howard's contract here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can move on from him for a $21 million dead cap charge where you save $2 million. So, like, he's basically locked in for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
So Fisher's, in theory, not playing till 2026. Well, that's the third year of his contract.
Unless they just think that Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil get hurt all the time, so you need like a really, really good swing guy. I mean, and that would be fair, but
well, if you
that would be
way,
another issue on itself.
If you felt that way, you should have kept George Fant and just money whipped him to stick around.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, it's weird, and it leaves a lot of questions for sure.
Johnny brings up a good point. Caserio was very clear that sometimes the guys, you got to figure out if he's going to help you in 2024 or 2025. This is definitely not a help you in 2024 guy. Jay Gomez asks, Landry, what pick do you want in the third to help you sleep?
I'm gonna be able to sleep fine. What are you kidding? We got a big party tomorrow and everything, and there's a lot of possibilities. There's nothing there.
All right, so you're not losing any sleep over whoever the third round pick is.
I'm not gonna lose sleep over it because I trust the organization. Like, I mean, there can be questionable stuff, but I trust the organization.
I don't. So people are upset. Malachi Corley just went. I don't. You're not missing much, in my opinion. Okay, let's see if I can keep up with this here.
What are you trying to keep up with?
Trying to do our.
It's not as easy as I made it look yesterday, is it?
Well, I mean, you made it sound like it was stealing the Declaration of Independence.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a bathroom break. Don't burn this place down.
Oh, you're taking a bathroom break. All right. So, how do y'all feel about the Texans draft? Give me a grade. If you give an A, then you're just blind faithing. If I would have told you that the Texans were going to do this, matter of fact, all those obnoxious ass mock drafts that everyone puts up, and they say, "Oh, did I score or I cooked?" If you would have put this up in the first 2 rounds, what do you think people would have said? By the way, Trey Benson. If you're a Trey Benson running back guy, he's gone. He's going to Arizona. So the Texans still kind of thin at running back. All right, we got some Fs, we got some Cs, we got some Ds. I think this is honest. Cs, this is fair. And the beauty of it is that if you have a quarterback, you have a stable organization, you have a good coach, a lot of times you don't have to draft perfect. See New England, see where Caserio was. Like if you just laid out his draft record, it doesn't look great. So sometimes organization, culture, all that can hold more value than a draft. Like if you draft a Derek Barnett and he produces like a solid 3rd round pick, then good for you. That's good. So it's not the end of the world if you have a bad draft. And we don't even know if this is going to be a bad draft or not. But it is interesting. What's the, like, if there's a 2-year plan, like Nick Caserio talks about 2-year plans, because it's very easy to scoff at the 1-year plan when you draft a tackle. But what exactly is the 2-year plan for drafting a tackle in this draft? What's the 2-year plan? What are we doing here? What are we envisioning him as? Is it going to be your starting right tackle? Is it going to be your starting left tackle? Is it going to be a swing tackle? Like when you draft this guy in the 2nd round, what's your 2-year plan? What's your 2-year plan for this corner? Is he going to beat out a Kuda? Is he going to be the guy that starts opposite Stingley? Are you going to move him to safety? I would wonder, and my question would be for Caserio. All right, so it's easy to look at this in a vacuum, as he says, and talk about these guys' 1-year plans. What exactly are their 2-year plans? I think that's a fair question. Like, what's the 2-year plan for these guys? And I think that's where it gets interesting, and that's where it kind of gets a little bit confusing.
Tiemann weighs in and says, hey, if it keeps CJ upright, he's happy with it. He doesn't want to see any Davis Mills.
What's he going to do? Guard his water? Like, I mean, the guy's, what do you mean if it keeps him upright? So are you saying he's a starting tackle?
Well, he says at the end there, Titus is injury prone.
Okay. That's fair.
Look, is there a chance that Titus Howard's recovery is not going well?
I don't know, man. I don't understand Titus Howard. I heard CJ say yesterday that Titus Howard's a good tackle, and I don't know what that's based on.
I don't know what that's based on either. That's where it's got me. We're dipping into the good stuff.
On?
Putting a little whiskey in my Pepsi.
Oh, wow. That was a half shot.
Backup offensive lineman got me wanting to drink.
That was a half shot.
You're a half shot.
Yeah, that was a half shot right there. Everybody saw it. Yeah, it's fake drinking.
You're a half
fake drinking, Cody Stoots. But yeah, the Titus Howard situation is like the most confusing thing about me, about the Texans for me. I don't get it. Like everybody loves him, everybody likes him, and I don't get it. I don't dislike it. I just don't understand. I don't get it.
I will say it either he started it or he knew it was coming, but there's been a huge tackle run. An offensive lineman run.
So what's that mean?
Well, I mean, if he feels strongly about a guy, go up there and take your guy. He's not going to be in the little section, I guess.
Okay, dude. If you feel strong about a guy, go take your guy. All right, dude.
Kind of feels like they got outmaneuvered back-to-back picks, though.
With Kool-Aid and
Bullard.
Yeah, this has been pretty blah.
You're a half shot. Yeah, that's all I had. I couldn't. I'm not a good shit talker. Sorry for cussing. Shout out Sketch.
Yeah, I don't care about running backs at this point. Benson's gone. I want Wright. I think Wright's a stud.
I mean,
but I don't know that they're going to take Wright.
If you're drafting a backup, why didn't you draft AD Mitchell to back up your wide receivers? I still can't get over this.
He's not going to back up anything. He's going to be on the field. Wright, Lloyd. Those are my backs, but yeah.
I like Marshawn Lloyd.
Lloyd's good, man. I mean, he really didn't have much of a chance, did he?
I mean, they played backyard ball, basically. Austin, thank you for the super chat, man. We appreciate it. Joe, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it,
man. I can't believe the uniform release really did outshine the draft, dude.
At this rate, Kaimi better watch his back. Drafting guys that aren't going to get on the field in 2024. Man. Is there any player that you're just like blown away that he's still available?
Blown away that he's still available? Probably not, man. Like, I anticipated that Sweat would be still there, and Tennessee just said, nah, we're good.
Roman Wilson's, he was kind of a draft darling in the process. He's fallen. I'm not saying for the Texans. I'm just explaining. I feel like he's fallen off.
I mean, people will rue the day that they didn't take Jatavian Sanders like that. I mean, he will be a top 10 receiving tight end in the league in 2 years.
Troy Franklin,
maybe even
Davian
better.
Sanders, Peyton Wilson. Well, yeah, if they're drafting guys that already replicate other guys' skill sets, I mean, why didn't they draft Sanders?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of weird. You don't draft a tight end because he can't block, but you have offensive linemen that can't run block. That's cool. Like that seems like a real consistent mindset, you know? Like it's just kind of weird. Like you want your tight end to run block, but not your offensive lineman. That seems fair.
Yeah, nabbit.
Seems like a good evaluation.
TJ Tampa, Adesai Isaac, and Roman Wilson, the top 3 best available according to Mel Kiper.
Someone says, what if Fisher's a tight end?
What if?
What if Fisher's an freak athlete that...
Look, I want to be wrong. I just don't see how he helps in 2024. And if the answer is, well, Titus gets hurt all the time, then my question is, then why did he get a contract extension?
Because he hadn't gotten hurt before it.
Jake Johnson says on the super chat, thank you for the super chat, Jake. Kind of feeling worried, not thrilled on the picks so far, and wondering if we're going to be able to address safety the next pick. I mean, Caserio said it earlier it was last week. He said, like, if we had to play a game tomorrow, we could. So they maybe went into this thing feeling like they could address depth more than find guys that were sweet starters. Foundation to combat anti-Semitism. Okay. Landry was right. Ballers needed Sanders and Corum. Thank you for the super chat. Beans. Jake, appreciate you. Austin's got a question. Could Fisher possibly move to left guard? Zerline just tweeted something about that. He doesn't really look like a left guard to me. He looks too big to be. I'm tired of guys playing tackle and then trying to play guard. I'm tired of that. O'Brien did that crap all the time. I'm tired of it. I mean, could he play guard? Sure. Maybe. I don't know. Well, then why are you drafting a guard if you've got Patterson, Scruggs, Green fighting for the guard spot?
It's a good question. It's a good question, man.
I feel like I let the people down not staying for offensive line day at the combine. Didn't know they were going to draft a tackle like it was like they needed air to breathe.
I mean, everyone said it, man. We kind of talked crap about it, didn't we? I mean, we were wrong. Maybe the national folks knew something, man. But I mean, it's just it goes back to the weirdness of the Titus extension.
Tiemann says Tuts always misses 2 to 3 games. Titus will miss games. Fisher will play snaps in 2025, guaranteed.
Okay, then draft a receiver. Okay,
about,
that's based on that line of thinking. Draft a receiver because Nico Collins has missed 13 games in 2 years. That's not even to count the games that he's limped off the field in the first quarter, including the Jets game last year where you were completely lost. Tank Dell missed half a season his first year. Noah Brown missed over half the season last year, and he was one of your top guys. Robert Woods, I guess he's been somewhat healthy, but he's been banged up. He's getting older, and he had the problem. John Mechie can't stay on the field. He's not healthy. So if you're drafting a guy in the second round because you're anticipating that guys are going to miss games, give me a wide receiver that is, if those guys are even playing, he can still contribute. So I don't buy that line of thinking. I don't think that's good.
Thank you, Will Dow, for the super chat. It has been a tackle run, but he started it. Maybe he knew it was coming. Cody, where's that link so I can cuss on here? We literally just got Diggs. Yes. There's the Michigan guy to the Chargers.
Junior Colson.
Good for him.
He's got some corny things to say to him.
Good for him.
Can you imagine what Harbaugh's saying to him?
Yeah. I mean, he's probably talking about how we're gonna do what we did at Michigan here and yada yada yada. Boy, the linebackers getting hated on in this draft. I mean, I knew it was a weak linebacker draft, but my
man,
goodness.
the linebackers always get hated on. Like Lloyd, remember the one year that Lloyd fell to, what was it, the start of the second?
Peyton Wilson, said Gray, Trevin Wallace, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. all still available. Trotter Jr.'s. We got a lot of kids that damn sure ain't their dad.
I don't know that. I don't know that. Give him a chance, man.
He ain't his dad. Patterson and Juice are not guards. I've been saying it since the end of the season. Very few people will listen, including Landry and Cody. Well,
let me hear this again.
It's CODY, by the way.
Hold on, I want to see this real quick. Let me see this. Scott Green with the S. Let me read this slow. Patterson and Juice are not guards. I've been saying it since the end of last season. Very few people listen, including Landry. What does that mean? Like, what are you saying? Like, what's your point? So draft a tackle? Like, what are you saying?
They didn't draft a guard. They drafted a tackle.
Yeah, Scott, get in here, man. Like, show your face, man. You won't even show your face on your logo. Just like for real. Like, what are you saying? So what's your point? Like, including like you're on your soapbox, but bring that comment back up. Bring that comment back up. I'm trying to get smarter. So here's what I'm confused about. Very few people listen, including Landry and Cody. First of all, I don't even know how much I've talked about Patterson and Juice. I don't know what they are. The guard, like, I feel like Juice Scruggs is a starting center next year. I understand that. And then I think there's a competition between the Greens and then maybe they figure out Patterson. When in the hell have you in all my effing videos or Cody's videos seen us break down that Patterson and Juice are not guards? Like I guarantee you that this is what Scott's doing right now, like at his house. I can promise you this. Hey, baby. You enjoying this chat? Yeah. Oh, baby, you looking good. No one's there. You got imaginary ass friends, man. Nobody's talking about these damn guards, dude. Cheese dick. The hell out of here with that. No one's talking about guards. Like, nobody's listening to me about guards. How many conversations have you had about them not being guards? And if they're not guards, what has Juice Scruggs played in the NFL?
Yep. David brings up an interesting point about the Texans. They do not have the speediest roster. So he said he'd like to see some speed head their way.
That was a good point by Cody, wasn't it, babe? Yeah.
David, we appreciate the super chat.
Yeah, baby.
Let's see. Who's the fastest guy available? Troy Franklin?
Can you believe this guy's talking about guards? Juice Scruggs.
Your fastest linebacker's Wilson.
Yeah, baby.
Jonah Ellis from Utah would be fun. Jaden,
when did you say this, Cody? I want to know when you talked about.
I've moved on. I'm talking about speed now.
No, I want to know when did you say this?
I'm talking about speed now. There's
what
still some
weird ass. What a weird ass like high horse to be on.
David,
tell you all they weren't guards.
Thank you for the super chat. It's good. It's a good point about speed. Gilbert says, "Can't wait for In the Loop on Monday. It's going to be lit."
I don't know, man. I hope so, but
what's John doing?
He's probably watching, but I don't know if he's going to be thrilled about
the
this.
back patio, attempting to barbecue.
You don't think John's a good cook?
Teeman weighs in with a super chat.
Oh my God.
We don't need a perfect draft with the team we have. We need a depth, though. Sure. Just that depth is useful in 2025. It's not useful in who's this guy? Ew. Teeman, thank you for the super chat, my friend. We're at pick 72 now. What do you got the giggles for over there? I feel like your teacher in 6th grade. Mr. Locker, what are you laughing about, Mr. Locker?
So you don't think John's a good cook?
Luis Salas says that we're crying and that we need our diapers changed. Okay.
Why am I crying? Why can we not just talk smack to each other and without crying? Like, what is going on? Like, how is crying? Like, put NR. If you don't want me to respond and like bust balls back, just put NR. Because the thing about it is 95% of the like stuff that's like bad is ignored. But like some of it you just bring to the table and you just try to have the discussion. Like if you don't want to respond, just put NR. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. Because I can promise you my feelings will not get hurt by anything you say to me. I'm not gonna get offended. I'm a fiery dude. You asked me about should pickles go on a hamburger? I'm gonna give you my effing opinion on that.
David says, Landry, that's exactly why I watch you.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. Like if you don't want to respond, just put NR. That's what it is, baby. It's all good.
Jake Johnson weighs in. Think they're gonna grab a wide receiver and then Isaac Garindo, the Louisville running back, in the 4th.
I wouldn't mind that. I like him.
You want speed? We had the comment earlier about speed. You want speed? That guy's speed.
But I also feel like they need a dude who can tote it between the tackles. So we will see that. You heard a baby cry. She's crying. Yeah,
he loves and appreciate y'all. Landry's killing me.
It's so good, man. We're just having a good time watching the draft, man. Like I'm not if you're coming in here in this situation, in this format, and you're expecting this to be all right, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Theater, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, like that's not what this is. This is me on my couch watching the draft.
Have you had the Royal Wraps from Burger King?
Yes, I'm not a fan. I think Burger King's good at
I think they've lost their way.
No. They're solid, brother. You're tripping. Burger King is underrated. The problem, the thing that Burger King is not good at is like stuff like that. That's a Wendy's thing. That's a Wendy's or Arby's thing. If you're gonna go like greeny, wrappy, That's a Wendy's wraps. I don't even think Chick-fil-A does wraps as well as they could. Don't they leave a little meat on the bone with the wraps?
The wraps could be so much better at Chick-fil-A.
Very average, man. Very average. But Burger King does their thing with the onion rings and the chicken fries and like stuff like that. But like they're not a wrap spot, bro.
Joe with a super chat. Appreciate you, Joe. Love you both, big dogs. No Diddy. You want Texans content? You better find Cody Stoots and Landry Locker. You're damn straight about that, Joe.
Pause, baby.
You're damn straight about that. Could disguise Fisher as an extra tight end and use him for extra leverage. Cool.
That's fine. Yeah, Johnny's right. RB wraps are serious, man. Serious. You put some RB sauce in there too. Get the mustard, ranch.
Wait, Taco Bell has chicken nuggets now?
That's too much, man. They're doing too much.
I don't think I want to try that.
They're doing too much.
Sean says I'm literally at Wendy's right now.
Damn, bro. Got to get the order at Wendy's right now. Go ahead. Welcome to Wendy's, man. Take your order.
Yeah, can I get a Baconator?
Single or double?
Double.
Okay.
Obviously.
Okay.
What
size? Big, small, or medium?
I'll do a large with Coke Zero and the fries.
Okay.
And I'll do I think it's a 10 count. I'll do a 10 count spicy nuggets.
Okay, spicy. Okay.
Yeah.
What kind of sauce? What kind of dipping sauce are the nuggets?
Ranch, please.
Okay. Gotcha. Please.
I don't frequent Wendy's as much as I used to.
Nah.
I know
Wendy's back in the Texas Double days, like in the early 2000s, was the best.
Teeman says, Landry, remember that Ravens fan that was talking crap to you and you brought him in the chat? You were right. Lamar choked.
Man, and I'm a Lamar guy. All I said was that all I did was simply state what his playoff stats were, and they beat the Texans. And he was fine. I mean, he gutted him out to it, but he came in here and he was like, "Oh, Lamar proved you." I was like, "Okay, what's up? Yeah, okay, yeah." He was cool though. I mean, he was.
Appreciate the super chat, Robert. Thanks, guys, for keeping it real. It's giving me PTSD flashbacks when KC skipped ahead of us to take Mahomes. I don't think it's like that.
You think they wanted Mahomes? Do you think Mahomes would have been Mahomes here though with OB? No. That's the other thing. Like I don't think there's any.
That's also one of my favorite Bill O'Brien, like trying to revisionist history everything.
Oh yeah, he loved Mahomes, and Rick Smith liked Watson.
Yeah, he would tell everybody that he loved Mahomes. Wow, the Panthers just got a dog. Trevin Wallace, the linebacker from Kentucky. Good for them. Man, super chat's coming in. We appreciate you guys.
I'm kind of offended by you not asking my Wendy's order though, but it's all good.
I was keeping it moving, man. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's all good.
Where can we trade at? I mean, at this point, you
don't need to trade.
What are you moving?
They need to just enjoy themselves and get ready for day 3.
Yeah, I would stick and pick right now. Trent says he's counting Stephon Diggs as a second-round pick to make himself feel better.
That's fair. It's fair.
Certainly worthwhile.
But what I was saying when you were in the restroom, and I think this was one of my my biggest things is that, and this is corny, and this might be battle reddish. So I want credit for the positivity here. Whenever you have a good culture and you have the ability to develop players and you have the ability to bring in players off the street and evaluate and sign guys at the right time, sometimes it's more valuable. And most importantly, you have a good quarterback and a good coach, then sometimes that's more important than a draft, as much attention as the draft gets. And I point to New England. Like if you laid out Bill Belichick and Nick Caserio's resume when it comes to drafting, I mean, it's not impressive at all. Like it's actually it's actually the opposite. But the fact that they established a culture, and I will say I'm not going to just say it was Tom Brady and 2 idiots. But the fact that they were able to do that, sometimes that's more valuable than a draft. In other words, like if you whiff on a 3rd-round pick, but you're able to bring in Barnett off the streets and he's a key contributor at the end of a season, there's pretty good value in that, man. So I do think that it's not like you're just draft dependent. I think with O'Brien, they were draft dependent, and I think that eventually buried him. But I do think there's some something to say for that.
Well,
By the way, Cooper Beebe, man, I would have taken it. I would have if they would have drafted him instead of the tackle. I would have said, okay, well, they're serious about fixing the O-line.
I mean,
Cooper Beebe is a mauling guard.
Yeah, that's a really fun pick for the Cows.
Well, and they know how to evaluate O-linemen.
Yep. He was too close to starting, though, so you can't pick him.
He'll be an 8-year starter.
Neighborhood Hoops asks, who are you two legends picking for the next pick? Troy Franklin.
Jatavian Sanders. Let's go.
I'll finish the night happy with Troy Franklin. That's the trick, says, love me some BB. He's also a huge WWE fan. Well, then I'm really mad that he didn't end up here now.
What do you make of Sean Pendergast walking around with the belt?
With a Houston Texans championship belt?
Yeah, let's pull this up. Hold on just a sec. Let me see if I can find this. Because I'm actually intrigued by the chat on this, because I think it's
somebody says Caserio hasn't traded yet. Did he get blackballed by the other GMs? I'll tell you what, Dave Ziegler's never trading with him ever again. He went and snuck Tank Dell away from the Raiders last year.
Why is Sean pull this up? Sean's got a Blake Fisher react.
You got to reshare your screen. While we're there, Jacob says, even with a D+ draft, it's an A+ offseason. I mean,
yeah, that's fair.
You know, it's been a great offseason.
And the draft doesn't mean anything.
The draft is not finished yet either. I mean, they've only made 2 picks. They've still got
the grades don't matter. It's all good. Let's see what what Sean's got to say. You ready for this?
They matter to me. They're still real to me, damn it.
No, it matters. Yeah, it matters. But
here we go. What is Sean have to
with the 59th pick in the draft, the Texans selected offensive tackle Blake Fisher from Notre Dame. Now, I'm not all that hepped up about them taking an offensive tackle, to be honest with you, with that 59th pick. But I think what happened was a lot of guys they probably liked went flying off the board. The biggest surprise I have so far is that Nick Caserio has stayed at 42 and 59 and made picks in both those spots and not moved up or moved back or moved anywhere. That's my biggest surprise. I would never have guessed that. As far as Fisher goes, I watched every snap of him in college. I'm a Notre Dame grad, and I watch Notre Dame every week. Really good, solid football player. I would say he easily becomes your swing tackle, and then depending on what the Texans think of the tackle position after this year, maybe they move Titus Howard, move on from Titus Howard. I don't think Laramie Tunsil's going anywhere. But Blake Fisher's a really solid football player. I question the position selection for the Texans.
Okay.
We still got a lot more picks left, though.
All right. There we go. You're muted, buddy.
Somebody asked his sketch announcing the next pick.
I don't know.
He is not. Troy Vincent is announcing the next pick. What are you shaking the water for?
What do you mean?
What are you doing?
I'm supporting Sean, man. I'm doing what Sean's doing. Carrying water.
I was going to say, you're not going anywhere, so it was hard to figure out that you were carrying the water.
I'm carrying the water for Caserio like Sean.
I mean, he said he was concerned that they picked a tackle there.
I mean, really though, but there was a but. Well, if they didn't like what they liked, I mean,
they got outmaneuvered. I mean, look, if you had no more picks today, but you had Kool-Aid McKinstry and Javon Bullard, tell me you wouldn't be over the moon with this draft.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Benson. Yeah, it'd be nice, man.
Plumber Hammer, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Plumber Hammer. I don't know what that means, but
would you have been a good plumber?
No, but man, Cooper Beebe, jeez. 48 starts and allowed 1 sack.
48 starts. That's way too many starts. You can't draft a guy like that.
God. If they would have drafted BB, like if we're going to be proactive, man.
No, you can't. I mean, you can't draft a guy that's going to play this year. I mean, we knew it was going to be tough for a player to crack the starting rotation with the way the Texans were built, but I didn't know it was going to be. It's tough to crack the starting rotation, so we'll draft a guy who can start in 2 years.
Yeah, well, Caserio's going to speak today, right?
He'll speak after the 3rd round.
Okay.
Jake asks, who would pay to see Hannah beat up Landry? They ain't like that.
No, that's weird. I mean, not kind of weirdo. What was your last porn search, man? Asking for that kind of stuff.
Bevo McSlapnuts, which is among my favorite names. Peyton Wilson's still there. Injury concerns? Yeah. I wonder if the medicals came back nasty for him. He got banged up a bunch.
This is the time to roll the dice.
Yeah. I mean, is 59th overall not the time to roll the dice? You should probably get like a real, like, consistent, close to a starter guy at 59, though, right?
Charles Tillman looks huge and young.
Well, he's in the FBI now, isn't he? Or did he stop doing that?
What is he up to? Good Lord.
Because he quit being on TV to like go try to be an FBI agent.
You know where he went to high school?
I do not.
Same high school as
RG3?
my mom.
Hey.
Coppers Cove High School.
There you go.
Army brat.
That's a big school, isn't it?
I don't know. I mean, big-ish.
Those Notre Dame offensive linemen are always good. Yeah, Nick Martin was awesome.
We're 11 away, man.
Creeping up, man. Another tackle went off the board.
See, he knows about Fort Hood. What you know about that?
Master Bruce.
What you know about that place where all the people go shopping and stuff? Seth talked about BB this morning, said he wouldn't fit the offensive zone scheme. I don't buy all that garbage. I mean, I respect Seth's like stuff, but that like what won't fit into this offensive scheme, that stuff gets proven wrong so many times, like with the draft guru. So I just kind of say whatever on that.
Bruce was stationed at Fort Hood, it seems.
Shout out to you, my friend.
Appreciate the service. Apparently now it's Fort Cavazos, according to Johnny.
Oh, there you go.
Andy says they've rolled too many dice already tonight. Nah. I mean, Lassiter's not a dice roll. Like he's got a clear floor that's easy to understand. I don't know how high the ceiling is. Hey, do you need carpet lately? Stop eating carpet.
Yeah, this dog had emergency surgery. She was gone for a week. Now she's back to her own way, back to her old ways. See her scar?
Oh, man.
She's good now. She's back to barking and acting nuts. Right?
What am I going to do with this 6-pack of Kool-Aid in my fridge?
Throw it away, man. Ship it to
New Orleans?
Ship it to New Orleans.
This kid that the Broncos just picked is really good. Jonah Ellis.
Utah's always fiery, man.
Hey, all right, here we go.
Texans have traded up, baby.
Here we go.
The Texans have traded up. Let's go. Who we like?
He's on the phone.
Who we love?
He's on the phone? What backup?
Eagles again. Eagles again.
What backup play? Yeah, they love that. That's a good connection. It's a good connection. Troy Franklin, let's go. Or maybe Sanders.
They ain't taking Sanders, bro. They don't. They're too hardo for that.
How about a running back?
I don't know. I mean, is Bobby Slowick? Is this Bobby Slowick's time now?
Slowick gets the call. Bob, who do you want? That Jalen Wright guy. Jalen Wright guy look really good.
Here we go. We're on the clock, baby. Let's go. Let's get people excited. Let's get people excited. Let's go. They traded number 86 and 123 to the Eagles for 78.
Okay, so that was their first 4th round selection that they traded.
You're up.
Meltzer's doing a stupid poll on Twitter.
About what?
Would you rather have Terry and Arnold or Diggs and 1 year Diggs and Lassiter?
Yeah, I talked to him on the way here, and that was like his whole spiel was that.
Come on, do something fun here. Man, 8 spots cost you a 4th round pick.
Yep.
Expensive. All right, so the Texans are on the clock here. 8 spots cost you a 4th round pick, man. That's rough. Stover reaching the 3rd round. Not really. Not really. Tight ends can start going at any time. Plumber Hammer, thank you for the super chat. No spoilers in the chat, please.
Trick don't kill our vibes. Trick don't kill our vibes. So no 4th, no 123.
They've still got what, 127?
Yeah, I got 127, 188, 232, 238, 247.
Texans, the pick is in. Of course, we're at a commercial. Come on, man. Something fun. Something fun.
Is this sketch time?
No, I think it's Troy Vincent.
Oh my God. Why is he making an announcement?
The Colts have traded up for the spot after the Texans.
Okay.
No pick announcement yet. Come on, run it back. No spoilers in the chats, please.
Can't expect that.
Pick is in.
Who we taking, Pace? Who we taking, Pace?
Franklin would be fun. Wright would be fun. I mean, Sanders would be cool. They're not taking him, but Sanders would be cool. Jaden Hicks, the safety from Washington State. If you wanted to go tight end, I would go Stover before these other guys.
I'd go Sanders, but yeah, I actually like to catch passes and touchdowns and stuff and like be able to move my guys around. But, some people like stiff tight ends more so. So
yeah, some guys like to be able to get on the field.
Yeah, it's all good.
Maybe this Christian Haynes kid from UConn, he's a guard. They definitely could use another backup player. Freaking Sky Rizzy commercial.
What we got?
What is the pick? What is the pick? What is the pick?
Give me something, Nick.
Get me back to live TV, please. Good gracious.
Let's eat. Who they want? Pace, 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 pace.
Don't forget, we can talk about all of the draft and all of the Texans draft picks at Daily Sports Club tomorrow, starting at 11 a.m.
Tomorrow, baby.
Are they having trouble finding Troy Vincent? Is that why we can't get the pick in? What's going on here? Go announce it, please.
He's probably trying to put out a slanderous report on Bob McNair on secondhand accounts. Dork.
Pick is in. Go to the stage.
Hey,
Let's see
Troy
it.
Vincent, bro. Donna Ponte.
That's what it was. The thing.
Troy Vincent, yeah, he was trying to put out fake news, man.
The thing the NFL sent me was Troy Vincent, Chief Football Administration Officer. Come on, Don. You could be selecting a legendary player here.
Kalen Bullock.
Hey, okay. Safety. All right. Okay.
Damn,
all right.
Huge, man. 6'2", 188.
Yeah, so this guy can he can play corner and he can play safety and he can play slot. I like this. Nick, this is good. This is good. It's a good trade up.
I'm down with this.
So you've gotten a safety and a cornerback and a backup offensive lineman tonight.
I'm down with this.
USC safety, Kalen Bullock. And you know he got a lot of work because they were always on defense. They scored quick and then let folks get going. Bullock's a nice player. I like this. I liked, some of the other safeties a little bit more, but for where you are, I like this.
They seem pretty damn happy. Good Lord.
D'Amico's smiling damn near ear to ear. Look at Caserio. Casario's giddy. Caserio is giddy about this. He is. Casario's going, yeah. All right. Casario's pumped about Bullock. Okay, Caserio. He ran a 4.48 40. He's 6'2". Pretty long wingspan.
11 pass breakups since 2022, third among Power 5 safeties. So, yeah.
Here's Brugler's summary on him. Bullock's a fast, twitchy athlete with split field range to overlap verticals or to spin into the post, but he needs to play with improved discipline and control to cut down the other mistakes, specifically in the run game. Reminiscent of a leaner Trevon Morgan. His starting NFL potential and his game continues to develop. He's a cornerback on some NFL draft boards.
Yeah, I like this because, I mean, I'm not going to judge him by lack of discipline at USC. That turned into grab-ass track meet stuff.
Yeah, that was slap
last year. Like it turned into just complete. I mean, it turned into abomination at the end, especially once they got eliminated from national championship contention. So it was just like their defense as a whole was a joke, and you're at the back of that. That sucks. I actually like this. I like the fact that they got a safety.
Yeah, they needed safety help, and they ended up with it. It's a good job.
Yeah,
it's a good job.
I mean, they looked happy. Good Lord.
Caserio was that's among the happiest I've ever seen him for a pick.
Jeez.
It's among the happiest I've ever seen him for a pick.
You want to get some phone calls from for Lassiter, the good old Cal McNair and Texans calling him, hey, welcome to being a. We just want to welcome you here.
You let me know when to throw it on.
All right, throw it on now. Where's Cal? Ready?
Yep. Fire away.
Big part, like congratulations. Big part.
got all your family there? Everybody's cheering. All right. Well, we can't wait to get you here. Make you a Texan.
That's all we ask, man. Come in and work, man. Let's go to work together, man. Excited for you. That's all.
All right, there you go. What's up,
All
D'Amico?
right. Come in and work.
Let's do some work, man. You want to hear Hardo Caserio?
Yeah.
Caserio with
Oh, God. Here you go. You ready?
Yep, I'm ready. Fire away.
Nick Caserio with the Texans. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing great. Doing great. Congratulations. We're going to turn the pick and we're going to make you a Texan. So you're a good football player, man. You're tough. You tackle. You compete. You play your ass off. You got good leadership. We're excited to have you. Nick Caserio.
Damn, Nick.
All right.
What's up,
All
dude?
right.
What's up, class?
He got really excited about the safety, and he was seemingly excited
Dude,
about
he
the
was.
corner.
I haven't seen him that happy in a while.
He looked like you know what he looked like? He looked like the kid that like hit a really good joke and everyone's still laughing about it. So he's laughing about people laughing about it in like the lunchroom. He was like giddy. It was great.
Dude, look at this attitude right here. I need one of these people to I need him in a Texans uniform with
Can I
that.
get a jersey swap?
God, he's ready for the new unis. Look at that. Good Lord. Petrie, you better get you some colored shoes if you want to look the part there. Damn. Be interesting to see where they think he fits.
Yeah, they got that, you know, versatility used to be a dirty word around these parts, but they got two guys that are pretty versatile.
Nah, this guy can just flat out cover.
Yeah. I like this pick. I mean, he's going to have to play. Those guys get hurt, and you can't trust Petrie.
Yes, it's
It's safety, so he's going to have to play.
You want to see a touchdown from him?
Yeah.
Let me turn the sound off. Ready?
Yep.
This is against Rice, man. Rice USC. Got all the rich Rice boosters in the seats. USC. Newest Texan. Here we go.
Whoop.
Damn, he's fast.
I mean, he ran a 4.48.
He's got some strides, man. Look at him. Let's keep running.
I like it.
What's up, Pac-12?
Pac-12 network doesn't exist anymore, so I don't think we'll get a.
That's a throwback.
I don't think we'll get a thing on that. Man, nice pick. Good recover.
Yeah, I like this too, man.
Good recover. Jimmy Ward, yes, he's solid when he plays, but he got hurt a ton last year. Jalen Petrie can't be trusted. Eric Murray, they like him. And if you remember, too, they played a lot of 3 safety stuff when Murray was healthy, but he got hurt. And then MJ Stewart's a nice backup. But Kalen Bullock, USC safety.
Jermaine Barton selected by the Bengals out of Bama.
If anybody can figure it out with them, then that's the squad.
Someone asked him what the Texans gave up. They gave up 86 and 123.
Yeah, so they gave up their third and their first 4th round pick.
Yeah, so they're good. 86 and 123. So they still have 5 picks left for tomorrow.
Kalen Bullock on his call says, I'm a very diverse defensive back. You're going to see me play everywhere, and I'm going to give my all to the Texans.
What's up, class?
Love that.
What's up, class?
That Eagles trade.
They say he's not a tackler yet. Quote from Will Kunkel. I'm going to be the best person on and off the field always.
They like good people. 9 interceptions in 3 seasons. I like it. Good bounce back. Good bounce back. It's a hell of a price to trade up, though. I mean, that's just the cost of doing business, it seems, in the 2nd and 3rd round.
He's got physical guys, man. They got physical. They like them big school fools too, man. There ain't no.
Caserio's never drafted a group of 5 guy, right?
Unless Tank Dell counts. He never played in the Big 12, right?
Yeah, I guess Tank Dell does count.
Yeah, non-Group 5. I mean, that's like real semantic, kind of corny, but I mean, I think it's fair because he never played in the Big 12.
So one Group of 5 pick in his entire time as the general manager. They love heritage schools too. I mean, USC, Notre Dame.
Man, they got Doug Baldwin out there. Go away, man. Why are we still doing this Doug Baldwin thing? The Adrian Foe, I think this is fair. Nick is overpaying and reaching.
I mean, are you really upset with a 4th round pick going away if you get the player that you feel like you needed to get?
That's a good question.
Bullock got some mad hops. There's the Adrian Flo, overpaying and reaching. Bullock is, I mean, this is not a reach for Bullock. I guess he fell outside of Brugler's top 100, but he's the 8th safety on the board.
Ooh. And that's a reach, Cody.
Well,
why are you carrying the water, man?
Has the body of a lean corner with skinny limbs and noticeable lack of mass. His nickname is Sticks.
Why are you carrying the water, bro?
Questionable growth potentially, might not be able to sustain desirable weight. Tape shows concerning habits as a run defender. Often arrives at the ball carrier too hot. He's only 20. He'll turn 21 on Monday.
That's CJ Stroud age.
Fast, twitchy athlete, split field range, overlap verticals, or spin to the post. Okay, it's fine. I mean, I'm not going to get upset about a 4th round pick if they feel strongly about the guy and it's a position.
Are you kidding? I'm going to get pissed. I'm going to get rowdy, man.
I will be interested to see where some of these other safeties land. Cardinals just drafted a blocking tight end. Good for them.
Hey, you dropped this, bro.
Cody's a water boy. All right, I'm reading what.
Dude, you dropped this.
All right, cool. Screw you and Adrian the Flow.
You dropped this, bro.
Screw both you guys.
Cody, why are you throwing your stuff on the ground? You're carrying the water for Caserio. Come on, man. Like, I'm not saying it's not. I like the guy, but come on. You said they didn't reach, and then you're saying,
yeah, okay.
Well, he's outside of Dane Brugler's top 100, and that's your go-to scouting reports.
So, okay, yeah. So then
that's your football god.
So then they overpaid. Okay, yeah, they overpaid. Okay, they overpaid. They overpaid.
It didn't hurt to say, did it? Did it?
Up. I muted you. They overpaid. There it is. They overpaid.
It's okay, man. Can I have the rest of this? By the way, you dropped it. Can I have it?
They wouldn't.
You didn't backwash, did you?
If they hadn't drafted an offensive lineman in the 2nd round, they wouldn't be in this position. If he hadn't got worked by the Packers and the Saints, they wouldn't be in this position.
No, it's fair, dude. It's fair. I'm not hating. I'm just saying that. I mean, Caserio right now. We'll see how it plays out. But based on what you go by, they definitely reached.
He's outside the top 100 on most scouting report guys' boards, and they drafted him at whatever they drafted him at. 77, 76, 78. He's probably 101 though. Blake Corum to the Rams.
Blake Corum, huh? Oh, so Sean McVay is going to try to do some work with Corum.
Kyron Williams and Blake Corum was pretty nice.
Yeah, they still had churn running backs, man.
Fiji water for Landry. What an aristocrat. Yep.
What does that mean?
Him and Lopez are fancy.
Is that fancy?
Fiji's fancy. I like Bullock more than what's his face the Packers took, so it doesn't matter. Okay, Mr. Robot likes Bullock more than Bullard. I would tell you that not many people feel that way, but Cody always whining like a baby. Well, I don't like the draft, so yeah. Out of the list I just sent, who do y'all want in the fourth? Man, I don't know what list you sent. Let me see. Running back, probably, if you put a running back on there.
They don't care about running back.
It's Stover, Theo, Johnny Wilson, Troy Franklin, Jalen Wright, Braylon Allen, Isaac Garindo.
They don't care about running back, dude. Who cares?
Out of that list, I'd say Franklin.
Yeah, I'm out of the running back business. I retire. I'm done.
They were going to get Ricky Pearsall, and then he opened his mouth, and the 49ers took him. Cody ate too many honey buns. I'm not a honey bun guy. I'm a powdered donut guy.
Nah, he ain't no honey bun, dude. He's donut, though. You get some donuts, he's going in.
You did we get in the third? Kalen Bullock, safety, USC. It's a good time to remind you when you're getting a little hot under the collar, you got to make sure you got great AC to cool you down. So Platinum AC and Heating will take care of you. Call Dwayne today if you need some AC repairs or maintenance. Get ready for the summer with the pre-summer checklist that he can go over with you on your air conditioner. And if you need one, man, there's no better place to go than to call Dwayne. Put him in your phone as the AC guy. When you need him, he'll be there for you. 832-777-3683. 35 years in the business. 5-star rated by the Better Business Bureau. 5 stars on Yelp and Google reviews as well. And if you own a business or an apartment complex or condo complex, retail and commercial HVAC assistance is there for you as well. Dwayne is one of us. He's a Houstonian. He's a Texans fan. I'm sure he is up and down about the draft as I am on this, but your thermostat doesn't need to be going up and down. You can keep it down and keep it cool when you call Platinum AC and Heating. So call Dwayne today and put him in your phone for when you need him. Roman Wilson finally goes to the Steelers. Well, they seem to know something about wide receivers. I can't believe Sanders has fallen this far.
I mean, what do you mean? Y'all been talking about how bad he blocks and stuff, right?
Yeah, but at some point some teams got to say, who cares?
Wilson picked.
Yeah, Roman Wilson for the Steelers. They know a thing or two about wideouts.
Do they? Deontay Johnson and Pickens?
Yeah, Deontay Johnson, Pickens.
Did you see Deontay Johnson went to eat with the coach and didn't know it was the coach till after dinner?
Like, what?
Like he didn't know that he went to dinner with the coach.
That's pretty bad.
Dude, how high was he?
Wait, you're the coach?
Yeah. Didn't know that he was eating with the coach.
What are the Browns going to do?
All right, I got this. Pull this up. Ready?
Yep.
This is real.
Dave, he was cool. To be honest, at first I didn't know he was the head coach when I did dinner with him. But I'm like, because he was just talking, like, just his energy he brings, and then after the dinner, I'm like, somebody told me he was the head coach. I'm like, oh, I was so surprised. Like, but other than that, like, I love his energy. So like I said, I'm excited to play for him.
Yeah, other than him not commanding the room like a head coach, I'm excited.
I don't know. That's weird. There has to be like some sort of misunderstanding there.
Just get the
right.
Just get the damn, just get his book.
What are you giving this draft? What's your grade, dude? I think that's an excellent question.
Well, the backup tackle gets a D minus. I mean, I can't get it. I can't get excited about that.
Okay.
I give Kamari Lassiter a C, and I give Bullock a C plus.
Okay.
So they're checking in like freshman year at Texas Tech, Cody, right here. Not great. Not great. So I'd say like a C minus for the draft so far. This guy says A.
He says a lot. That guy. I mean, you might as well ask Ray Charles. I would shout out to OO. I'll give it a C, whatever. Like just a wait and see. A wait and see. That would be my grade.
A wait and see.
Wait and see. Nothing special, nothing to get up in arms. At this point, they deserve the benefit of the doubt. Although I will say I don't trust them with offensive linemen. So that is kind of the biggest issue I have, is that if there's anything that they don't deserve trust on, it's linemen at the moment. So I'll give it a wait and letter C.
The guys last year played okay, but they're interior guys, like and they only played a little bit.
Yeah. That's what I'll give it.
Thank you for the chat pointing out the typo that I made. So I will fix that. Thank you.
That's always helpful, man.
Sometimes you get excited.
Well, I mean, you had like half a shot of whiskey an hour ago, so it's
I did not make the graphic while I was drinking. I made the graphic sober.
Yeah, well, you had a half a shot, so you didn't catch it. You didn't catch it.
Shut up. I will have a half a shot tomorrow at the Daily Sports Club watch party.
11 a.m., baby.
11 a.m. We can watch the Texans draft a backup guard tomorrow, perhaps.
Yeah.
Here's Landry's favorite player to announce the Browns pick again.
Is this Carl Nassib again?
Yep.
Damn.
Don't miss it. Daily watch party tomorrow, starting when the fourth round gets going.
4 hats to give away. 4 new hats.
4 new hats with the new gear to give away. And, of course, you've got the drink specials. The food's great. And you have got a giant parking garage attached to Daily Sports Club. So it is easy to park and get in
the
there.
Sound's on, all that. Back room.
Yep.
A lot of people. Let me know if you're going to be there. Holler at me. Holla at me. Carl Nassib got to call 2 picks.
This draft sucks. Stop carrying the water, Stoots. Landry's drunk. I mean, I literally just gave him a C minus. So carry that water.
You think I'm drunk, bro? I'm just chilling, man. I'm hanging out. I don't know what you.
Any high upside gadget players for Slow and CJ?
I'm relaxed, man.
Lauby, the New Hampshire running back. He's people think he could be Danny Woodhead.
Oh God. What does that mean?
He could be a productive pass catcher out of the backfield.
Okay.
It's a good question, Chris. Thank you for the super chat. When you guys wanted Bryce, look what happened. I tend to lean on the organization side. Okay, Landry kind of laid out the offensive line history from the organization. So
when I wanted Bryce, they wanted Bryce. So
yeah,
you're an idiot. Like I don't like. What are you talking about? I know this for a fact. They wanted Bryce. So I don't know what's your point. But yeah, I wanted Bryce, and I'm fine with that. So yeah, for sure.
Oh, Cam Hart. He finally he's still available. Boy, TJ Tampa must suck. I felt like he was going to be a second rounder. There's still some really fun players in the 4th round. Of course, I said that about the 2nd and 3rd round, and they just kind of draft over them.
If you wanted Stroud from day one, props to you.
Landry, I told you Tip Riemann was a beast. And
there you go, man. Thank you.
Tip Riemann, he's a blocking tight end. Dominic Pooney. First team all Big 12 at tackle. Mr. Robot, offensive line fan, he says, I would have taken Pooney over Blake. Pooney could play guard there too. Well, they had to get Fisher. Justin says, can't wait to go to the draft party and meet y'all. Y'all are the reason I want to get into beat reporting. I'm long-winded and can talk about football all day. Well, come on. Come meet us. Come hang out. Have some food, have some drinks, watch the draft. This is the guy I think we all want here in the 4th round.
Yeah, I love Wright, man.
That's who we all want in the 4th round.
Wright. I like Sanders. Cowboys about to pick. They need a back, right? I feel like the Cowboys should take Wright here, right?
Right
with the W. R with the right with the R.
I believe you are right about that. All right, let's see here. Catch up on the picks. Are the Colts the team that got an Xbox because they got Adonai Mitchell and Latu?
Yeah.
I do appreciate how Landry's in the comment section.
Oh yeah.
Ripping people.
No, I'm not ripping. I'm just talking, man.
Illinois tight end Tip Riemann. Well, you updated this way better than I did yesterday.
Yeah, well, sometimes some people can multitask, some can't,
Okay, cool.
No, it's
cool.
I'm not judging.
Cool. No, it's kind of feels like you're judging.
No. Some people can multitask, some can't. Some can carry shows and do stuff and all that, Some can't. It's all good, man.
Okay.
It's a weekend, baby. It's draft weekend, baby.
Don't call me next time you have a technical question, bitch.
Hey, well, now you're just being hurtful. Now you're just being hurtful, man.
You're being hurtful. Pooney. What a name.
Can someone please adopt Peace Dog's dog? I'm serious. We need to rescue that thing. For real. Someone needs to rescue that thing. There's no way that's a stable owner. Someone help, man.
I hope this doesn't become a what-if draft for the Texans. Well, I'll tell you what, it'd be a what-if draft for me.
Nah, everything's a what-if draft, man. That's the beauty of it.
Socks are a very underrated Christmas present. Maybe our picks are the equivalent of socks.
Of what?
Socks.
Hey, that's not a bad point, man. I mean, if these guys are around and contributing the next 4 years, then
I keep my socks for a long time. With AD Mitchell, our wide receiver room would be the best. Well, he's on the Colts now. I'm fine taking offensive line, just not that guy.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
The dog died 5 years ago from dog cancer.
Okay.
Leonard Taylor from Miami, the defensive tackle. Wouldn't mind it.
Okay. No, I'm interested in this draft. I'm just chilling, man. I'm not Trey Wingo or Reese Davis tonight.
Unscripted chaos. Love your
Do
show.
you like Boston cream donuts?
No.
What are Boston cream donuts?
They're they got chocolate on the top and then they've got like a custard inside.
It's too much, man. You eat the hell out of those voodoos though. Golly.
Yeah, they're not the Boston cream donuts are not my favorite.
Yeah, you like the voodoos though.
I do like a voodoo donut every now and then.
Yeah.
They're open till 4 a.m. So I've gone and gotten like dessert there before.
Sheena says this is a great draft, man.
TJ Trent says I would have taken Stoots over Blake Fisher in the second round. I might way more than him, so I got that going for me.
There's some people that think this is a great draft. There's no way. Like, you're lying.
Great draft?
Yeah, you don't believe that, or else you're just believe that. And I'm actually glad that the Texans are earning that benefit of the doubt. I'm not hating on you. I'm just saying that. And look, I don't pretend to know. If y'all know me, I don't pretend to know like random D linemen. I don't pretend to know random offensive linemen. I don't watch a few highlights and lie to you and say what I think. I say what I think. A lot of times it's wrong, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. But there's no way that you looked at this draft or would have put this together before and said this is a great draft. Unless you're just this is a great draft guy, no matter what, which is good because they've earned that. They've generated a lot of excitement. So good on that, but let's be serious.
Justin said the ESPN broadcast said Tytus Howard's a good fit at left guard. Yeah. Well, wrong.
But I slam it. I'm not slamming anything. I'm slamming drafting a tackle. That's what I'm saying. I'm slamming drafting a tackle. I get the guy. That's it.
This will be a draft that tests your trust.
I gave it a C. And you know what? If it ends up being an A, cool. But you know what? They have enough strength organizationally to be able to overcome it, as we've said a couple times.
I like this. I like this nickname, the Locksmith.
The Locksmith.
Okay. Locksmith's open locks, though, right? I mean, I guess they could recommend.
Here goes Marshawn Lloyd
to the Packers.
Yep.
Jeez, Marshawn Lloyd and Josh Jacobs.
Yep.
And
they were going to pay. They offered Aaron Jones like half price.
Chase saying the
Packers got Dylan too, don't they? They brought him back, right?
Yep, they brought Dylan back too.
Damn, man.
Chase says Packers killing us in this draft.
They got Jones, Lloyd, and Dylan.
Yep.
Damn.
That's a really good running back room. Imagine having multiple running backs. Who could think it?
Packers believe in it.
Who could think it? The Packers, Jordan Morgan, Edrin Cooper, Javon Bullard, and Marshawn Lloyd. Solid little draft by them.
Damn.
Lassiter and Bullock can be good players. 59, you can definitely question. Yeah, certainly.
Damn. Forgetting that Pierce exists, says Dylan. Yeah, so did they last year. Played one snap in the playoffs. So, yeah, and I love the guy very much. Friend of the show.
Good mentality, but has not been a good football player for a year now.
Friend of this show, man. I like his mindset. I like his makeup. I like his build. But, yeah, I am forgetting that Pierce exists. You are correct. Tyreek Smith or Tyke Smith going to Tampa, putting them with Winfield.
That's an interesting
handsy dude right there.
Interesting decision.
Very handsy guy.
That was a 5th rounder on Burglar's board. Engineer says, I have a feeling the Texans are getting somebody in free agency. They do have a lot of money left.
Tyke Smith, okay.
Locksmiths don't make locks. They unlock them and make keys to unlock them. All right, so Locksmith Lassiter probably doesn't work.
Dude, we're 37 picks away from the Texans now.
37 picks, but there's a sleep in between too.
Oh, well, that's why I'm glad that it's going to be a party tomorrow.
Yeah. Those picks will start flying off the board too. Justin Simmons a possibility in free agency? I mean, they drafted a safety, so I would think probably not.
I feel like you should have to take a shot of whisk right now.
Me?
Yeah. No, the other person on there. Come on, do it for the people, man.
All right.
Like a pull, not one of your weak pours. All right, there you go. Okay. That's what's up right there, man. Oh. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I remember my first shot too.
Oh.
God, I robbed the liquor cabinet. There you go, man. Good job.
Oh.
I feel you. That's what's up, man. Give me your immediate thoughts on.
Oh. I give you my immediate thoughts if I can keep this down.
Damian Pierce. Is Damian Pierce the kick returner next year?
No. He's not.
Are chicken strips better than boneless chicken, boneless buffalo wings?
The only place that's the case is Pluckers, because their boneless is just giant chicken wings or giant strips.
But chicken strips are usually better.
But no, I think bites are usually better than strips.
If you have ranch and barbecue on the plate, are you double dipping in both, or are you going one at a time?
I will occasionally double dip, but I'll probably lean ranch.
Okay. Would you go queso or guac?
Queso, easy. I could never
Is that
eat
even
guac
a
again.
real choice?
I could never eat guac again and I'd be okay. What is the hold on, Chase? Bad take, Chase. Worst boneless wings in history is Pluckers? No.
He's right.
What?
It's the only bad thing. Nah, he's right, bro. Like, because Chase, this is a good take because I was there today. By the way, if you go to Pluckers, let me give you a little something right here.
Oh yeah, you tweeted about this.
Yeah, I tweeted this. This is like the best thing ever. All right, put this up. So this is the new thing to do at Plucks. They brought me brew. You get the dry rub and you have them toss it in a wet sauce. So you get that spicy ranch tossed in hot lemon pepper. So you get like that. You get the dry rub in there and you mix it in and it's perfect. Like it's like this girl named Destiny. She works at the home one and she's the one who put me hip to that. But it's like a game changer. But he is right about the Pluckers boneless, dudes, because here's the problem.
What's wrong with them?
Dude, those are chicken tenders, homie. You order the boneless bites. Those are boneless wings. Those are not boneless. Those are big ass fat tenders with chicken and it's chunky. It's not the same thing. He's right. You order the boneless bites. I know the Pluckers menu a little bit too well. The boneless bites are boneless wings. And you're just ordering chicken tenders with sauce, and you do the real weird ass thing. I'm not gonna put you out there. Like I don't want to disrespect your platform.
I get them dry with the sauce on the side.
That's awful.
And then I dip it into 4 or 5 different sauces.
So Cody orders chicken tenders at Pluckers and then gets sauce. So that is like he's not even giving them a shot. He doesn't even like their boneless wings. He's basically telling you that.
I think you get more food with the boneless than the boneless bites.
Yeah.
I'm looking for quantity, not always following what everybody else does. See, she knows quantity.
Nah, she just likes to eat a little bit of queso and a little bit of ranch. Right? A little bit of queso, a little bit of ranch. A little bit of queso, a little bit of ranch. Oh, my bad. Mom wasn't supposed to know she had some of that.
Cody puts a fork in his shirt pocket. What?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Oh, did you get me one time at the Texans game doing that?
Yes, I did.
Hooters getting no love. Rightfully so, I would say.
Man, the problem with Hooters is that they
Who's not
ruined
anymore?
they ruined it, man.
Cody goes to a Mexican restaurant, orders chicken nuggets and fries. No, I don't.
He goes enchiladas. I know that.
I do the combo plate.
And cheese.
Landry eats pizza with a fork. I've seen that.
Hell no. You've never seen that. I promise you that. Hell no.
Cody ate Blake Fisher. Come on. Come on. Only people ordering boneless at Pluckers are Cody and Cal. Cody ate my dog. What are we doing here? You guys just treating me like Queso, the streamer Queso. You can't just say fat things about me.
Cody does have some good fat tricks, though.
Oh, yeah.
Full order fries with no salt, and then ask for a side of salt just because he wants to get fresh fries.
You're damn straight. I should have done it to Whataburger the other day, but I didn't. I thought about I gave him a little break.
Man, Whataburger puts about as much effort into their fries as Nick Caserio does evaluating O linemen.
Christopher says, Cody, remember how you were all in on Bryce Young and let down when we drafted CJ? Nope, because I was all in on draft a quarterback, and if Bryce is off the board, take CJ. So
I do put ranch on steak. This is a fact. And I don't
revisionist
think it's
history.
the worst thing, but it's not all the time.
I make homemade wings. Can't trust the restaurants. It's fair.
Hey, I've been to the Cajun Greek.
Does Cody
I've
eat
had that.
Snickers
I've already
bars
been
with a
to the
knife and a
Cajun
fork? No. Cody eats soup with a fork. Cody doesn't like soup. Cody ate Charlie Heck's future. That's mean. Landry low-key jams Taylor Swift in his free time.
No, never that.
So you've been to the Cajun Greek?
Yeah, it's good. Very good.
Cody Stoots. That's a good one. I haven't heard that one before. Cody Stoots.
The draft's boring, right? I think this area has been pretty boring today. You don't like it?
Cody orders 2 KFC double downs. The first time I ever went, I did order 2 KFC double downs.
That's someone who pays attention, bro.
Ranch on steak, you're a communist. Cody's favorite dinosaur is a dino nugget. Oh, that's pretty good.
Dino nuggets go in, though, right? You haven't gotten there yet, have you?
Why is Peyton Wilson still on the board? He's got injury concerns.
Ranch on steak is good. If it happens to be there, that ain't bad at all.
Why is TJ Tampa still available? Because he's kind of slow and hasn't played corner that much. He's kind of a project. Cody about to hit up DoorDash.
Nah. What are you gonna get?
I thought about getting a pizza.
From where?
This is a lot.
The hell's that?
It's a good pizza place.
Where?
The one near me is
Zalat Pizza?
Yeah, Zalat. Let's see what
Is it good?
The chat know anything about that? It's good. I think it's real good.
Really bad?
It's probably got a little bit too much flavor for you.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know much about that.
You'd like it. Pizza's hard to mess up. USC running back Lloyd. Trying to catch up on our picks here on the bottom.
Let's do a little rundown of who the Texans have picked. Cody's in charge of graphics, so it's kind of sluggish. He doesn't really like get it going. Can we put up who the Texans have picked?
You're such an asshole.
What? Just saying we could break it down, man. You want me to text it to you?
Do I want you to text it to me?
Saying it could be right down here. No. It could be like right.
Kamari Lassiter, Georgia cornerback, with the 10th pick in the second round. Blake Fisher, Notre Dame offensive tackle, with the 27th pick in the second round. and Kalen Bullock on a trade up, the 14th pick in the 3rd round.
Okay.
Corner, backup tackle, safety.
If you would have told me that they were going to take a corner, I would have hoped it would have been Cooper DeJean. Or I would have hoped it would have been Kool-Aid McKinstry. That would have been my dream scenario. I don't know. I do wonder, like, if all 3 of those guys had been available, if they would have made this pick. I would lean no. I would probably say no, just based on what they need and what they could use. And also the fact that they draft the safety a little bit later on makes you think that, you know, they could have used it, Cooper DeJean no matter what. As far as the tackle, I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what the vision is. I don't know what they're thinking about. I don't have any idea what their ideal situation is there. And then at safety, I like the safety pick. It was pretty early, a little bit raw. Probably didn't put a lot of good tape out there, for being honest. USC was a disaster last year. So I wouldn't think that would be a scenario where it was going to be something where some sort of draft guru put something out there and liked what they saw.
I mean, I think for me, you look at this draft, and I'm going to pull up round 2. I mean, the guy that fits perfect for you goes 41, and then the pivot's Kamari Lassiter. And it's like he might be a fine player, but the Kool-Aid McKinstry is what you hope Kamari Lassiter could be at the end of his first year. Like, this guy is ahead of this guy. The other pick, I mean, I just don't understand drafting a guaranteed backup here. Like, this guy is guaranteed to be a backup. He is not going to be a starter for this team this season if everyone's healthy. So maybe they know something about Tytus Howard's health that we don't. And then with Bullock, I would rather you dig in and get a top 10 safety than, you know, the 12th, 13th, 14th defensive tackle, even if this guy falls outside ultimately what the top 100 is in most people's eyes. So, I mean, did they address positions where they needed depth? Yes. Did they over-address a position where they needed depth? I mean, or did they address a position where they needed depth on tackle? Yes, but I don't know if that's the right player to address the depth.
Let's go live to Nick Caserio and hear what he has to say here. And let's just react to that.
Okay. You got to unmute it.
Of just opportunity and a willingness on the other side as well. So we talked to quite a few teams at various points, including today as well. So, and nothing came to fruition. So we picked, and we were comfortable. You always have to be prepared to pick where you're scheduled to pick. And if you feel you can move, then you'll explore it, which we certainly did. It didn't work out, but honestly, it didn't affect, I think, our thought process and our philosophy because of what happened in the first round. I think you saw some trends. So it was kind of 14 offensive players. Then there was a little bit of a spread there from kind of 15 to 32 there at the end. And then today, what you saw, there's a few receivers, I think, that went really at the top. And then you saw a run on defensive players, specifically in the secondary. And then kind of the next run was offensive line. So you started to see those players come off the board. So you're looking at it as you go and saying, okay, if you bypass X, then what is the opportunity cost associated with that? So our approach is just very pragmatic, very thoughtful, very rational, and just pick players that we feel are a good fit for our program. And that's what we tried to do.
Being significantly more built up over now than it was probably when you got here. Is it fair to say you were more honed in on maybe needs or wants? Those boxes you talk about being a little tighter?
Yeah, we don't really take a needs-based approach. It's more football player-based approach, and you just can't have enough quality football players. And there might be a situation where a player maybe doesn't play this year, but maybe his opportunity potentially could be more next year because of maybe how the roster is constructed. But we don't have a crystal ball, so we're not going to sort of make any predetermined decisions about a player's role, who fits where. Honestly, the competition will sort itself out. I think what what we've done, what we've hopefully have done is just create a sense of urgency. And you have to play well and perform well in order to stay in this building. And if you don't, then we have to keep the 53 best, and then however we put the practice squad together. So I think overall you're just elevating the entire team to the best of your ability. And that's, I think, what good teams try to do. Like, we feel we have a good team. You know, we feel like we'll be competitive. What does that look like? We're all going to find out here shortly. And we'll have a better idea once we get into training camp. So you never force anything. We look at needs or what we think can help our team. Or if we were to come out, going into the day, I mean, D'Amico and I sat and we said, all right, if we were able to come out with X, Y, Z, how would we feel? And I think it's funny. We were just talking in the draft room and we looked and had a good conversation. I was like, how do you feel? He said, I feel pretty good, So I think in his mind, I think kind of things came out the way that maybe we had hoped or had anticipated. Frankly, we're not really that surprised how the draft kind of fell. I mean, it went about how we thought it was going to go, including, when we look back at where we scheduled to pick at 23, what are the options would have been, who we would have picked. I'm sure that's, you all were doing that. So, I mean, we're doing the same thing because you're kind of looking up there going, all right, well, if we had a pick, what would we have done? So, but you just keep moving forward and you keep planning for the next day. And at 42, we knew we were going to get a good football player. At least that was the hope. So hopefully we did that. Go ahead.
Lamar Lassiter, follow up on Kalen. What did you see from him in the SEC, the kind of competition he was able to play against?
Yeah. I mean, it starts with Coach Smart and, the program that he's put together, he's assembled. I think when you look at the number of players, I mean, I don't know how many Georgia players were drafted today, but it was a pretty significant amount. They had a number of players that played dual roles. I mean, Tyke Smith, who was picked, Bullard, Kamari got picked. Lassiter's position flex. He's played in the perimeter of the formation. He's played inside the formation. I'd say he plays with a linebacker type mentality. I mean, he's a corner, but he tackles. He's tough. He's physical. I'm sure there'll be a question about his speed and how fast he ran, but he's not slow. So, the speed really wasn't a concern of ours.
Okay.
So, the time's the time, but, we're drafting football players. We're not drafting track teams. So, I know speed's important. I'm not saying speed's not important, but we don't feel that that's an issue for this particular player. And when you watch him play in the SEC, you don't walk away and have that concern. So, he's physical. He's tough. He tackles. He has position flex. He's well coached. I'd say Kirby's as good of a coach, and probably, him and Coach Saban are probably good as secondary coaches from a technique standpoint, how they play the ball. He played a lot on the line of scrimmage. You play a lot of press. We have a little bit more flexibility in our coverages. So maybe some of the things that we are going to ask him to do are conducive to his skill set. So good football player. He's probably one of the top, I would say, makeup kind of players that we identified throughout our process. He's a football player. So we're drafting football players because we're trying to put together a good football team. So I'd say that's kind of where he fits.
And talking to Kalen just about the way he finds the ball, the instinctiveness. What did you guys see?
Yeah, Hardo. Yeah, I mean, it shows up, Aaron. I mean, whatever his production is, has been pretty significant, but he's rangy. He covers ground. He plays the ball well. He has good movement skills for his safety. He started his career as a corner. I'm not saying he's a corner, but he moves well for his size. He's 6'2", 190 pounds. Honestly, some of his best football is probably in front of him. He needs to get stronger. I mean, he'll be the first to tell you that. So I think there's some developmental opportunities with him relative to his frame. We're talking about a guy at 6'2", 190 pounds, ran 4.5, that moves well for his size, plays the ball, is instinctive, is an eraser in a deep part of the field, has to improve as a tackler, which goes back to improving his playing strength. So hopefully our program will be beneficial to him in that respect. So, and he's still ascending player. He's only 20 years old, 21 years old. He's a young player. He's been in college for 3 years. Played as a true freshman. So, versatile player. So, I'd say that was certainly a player that the head coach was excited to get on the team. So anytime you can do that, it's probably a good thing.
Kind of went into
D'Amico really liked him.
Blake Fisher with the second round pick.
Yeah, good football player. Started his career at left tackle. Moved over there to right tackle.
He played one game at left tackle.
Moved to left tackle. So I think we've always been a big believer you can't have enough tackles on your football team. So when you look at kind of over the last however many years, so whether it's Charlie Heck, whether it's George Fant, whether it's Jones,
Charlie Heck.
So I mean, Titus and LT are good football players. You need 3 or 4 tackles that you feel can go out there and play. I'd say in Blake's case, 6'5", 6'5.5", 315 pounds, long arms, plays strong, plays physical, played against good competition, well coached. I'm the offensive line coach, former offensive line coach at the University of Wisconsin. So play with JP. So, I mean, I think our program will benefit him, but you can't have enough tackles in your building. So, I mean, right now we have, really 4, including Charlie and David Sharp, who we signed. Blake is another tackle, but we're going to carry probably 4 tackles. So you're going to need 3, and you all have seen us play. At some point, they're going to have to play. Even going back to 22, we had to play multiple tackles. So, I mean, LT didn't play, and then we had to move Titus over, and then Charlie played, so you're going to need tackles. So can't have enough good ones on your team. And I'd say once we picked Blake, I don't know how many offensive linemen went after that, but it was close to double digits. I don't have the exact count, but it might have been 6 or 8. So, I mean, I think Rosengarten went, the kid from BYU went, Goncalves from Pitt went. So, I mean, I'd say those teams have tackles as well. So you need 3 tackles. You probably need 4. You might need more than that. So, I mean, there's another young player with experience. There's a lot of good qualities and traits. So, I mean, that was the reason, behind the pick.
You look at right now, Kalen and Kamari, not only are they position flexible where they played in the slot or at corner, but also they were special teamers all the way throughout their entire college career. Because that's the thing that stood out to you to where you want to be able to maybe allow them to have some role in the team, even if they're not starters.
Yeah. I mean, just philosophically, you're either a starter on defense or a starter on offense or a starter in a kicking game. And if you're a backup, either defensively, probably more defense than offense, I would say the reality is the number of offensive players that have a role in the kicking game, you go around the league, it's minimal. We're fortunate. Let's say Dare is a really good example. There's a running back that has good value in the kicking game. Not all running backs have that value in the kicking game. You'll get a few snaps from some tight ends, but most of your depth in the kicking game is going to come from the linebacker position, the safety position, the corner position. So you're going to have some impact players. You're going to have some special teams only players. You're going to have some combination defensive special teams. So that's always a component because you only take 48 to the game and you take, call it, 20 to 22 players on defense. So your special teams are going to be important. I would say we certainly place an emphasis on the kicking game. It's a big part of the game. It's probably going to be a bigger part of the game here this season, just given some of the rules. So how big of a role they have in those areas, we'll see. You have to find the right fit. Okay, are they perimeter players? Are they corner roles in the kicking game? Are they safeties that can handle responsibilities and the core of the formation on the punt team? We've had MJ's personal protector. Eric Murray's played on the wing. Dare's played on the wing. So let's say with your corners and safeties, where do they kind of fit? So there's a good chance on the perimeter. You're going to need them on coverage units, kickoff coverage, which I'd say will certainly be at a premium. Players that can run and tackle are going to be important. And then on the return teams, you just have to be able to do enough in some of those areas. So it's a part of the calculus. I'd say these particular players probably have a little more value on defense than they do in a kicking game, but hopefully they can carve out some roles for themselves in the kicking game because that overall depth of your team on game day is going to be important. So we'll see how it all shakes out. But, they'll be competitive, hopefully, for some roles in that phase.
At the NFL Combine, you had mentioned wanting to find someone to start opposite of Stingley. Given, what took place tonight in free agency, how close do you feel that this team is heading in that direction?
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be competition. I mean, Jeff and CJ play a lot of football at a high level. So, they're both big and fast. They've been here in the offseason program here for the last few weeks, so they're working hard. DK, we re-signed Desmond. So I'd say Miles Bryant's a guy that has kind of a Swiss Army knife safety to nickel flexibility. Say Lassiter kind of corner to nickel corner. Bullock safety to whatever else he could do. So you're going to need, 6 to 8 defensive backs that can go out there and play. And I mean, look, you're going to have to cover people. So you have to be able to run, you have to be able to cover, you have to be able to tackle. I mean, somebody's going to have to chase Worthy down the field when Mahomes is launching a ball over his head this season. So, I mean, you need 5 or 6 defensive backs. It's a space game. It's a speed game. It's a tackling game. So
Worthy
what
mention.
happens relative to opposite Derek, we'll find out. So there's nothing that's predetermined. So we'll have a better idea, I think, in training camp how that's going to transpire. But there's a good chance we're going to probably have 5 or 6 corners on the roster. 2 or 3 are going to play on defense. Whoever 4, 5, and 6 are going to be backups. And how diverse are their roles? Going back to Coach's question here, kicking game to defense. So it'll be an interesting exercise here, but I think we've created a significant amount of competition in that area, so which is a good thing.
We'll take a few more. You mentioned a run on cornerbacks there before y'all took 42. There was also a run on defensive tackles. Were you all at all disappointed that you all weren't able to grab one and you potentially still being able to adjust that position?
Yeah, we'll see. There's some opportunities there. There's a number of players that we liked, and we didn't have the opportunity to add them to our team. I think we're excited about the players that we've added. So, we've signed some players in for agency. We signed Foley. We signed Tim Settle. We signed Danico. We have some players that have some flexibility there in the front. So, like we talked about last week, whenever it was, if we had to go out there and play football, we'd be able to put a team out there regardless of whoever we drafted here. So nothing's really changed. So there will be opportunities, I'm sure, between now and September to add wherever we feel necessary. So if we feel there's an opportunity and we feel there's a spot that we need to add somebody, there's going to be players available. So try to make good decisions. And if there's a situation that makes sense, we'll certainly pursue it.
Because you guys have coming into the draft, I think you guys had roughly like 3 or 4 guys in the defensive back room that were signed through 2025 or after 2024 season. How much did that factor into wanting to get some guys on some rookie deals that you guys could develop while having them at a cost-effective amount?
Yeah, it never really drives your decision. I think you have to take the player in and of itself, the football player, evaluate them. What do you think the role potentially is going to be? Kind of focus on, it's twofold, focus on 24, and then we'll deal with 25 and 25. But like most teams, you have players that are under contract for 24, and then you have players that are under a contract beyond 24. So you're going to figure out a way to replenish your team. So whether it's in the draft, when we get to free agency next year. So you're not making decisions solely based off that. So, I think everybody's going to add young players to their team. We're not doing anything different than any other team is doing. So, yeah. So, it's getting people in the building. Once you get them in the building, then the competition will sort itself out, and we'll keep the best players and keep the best people that we feel can help us.
Can you see Blake coming in, moving inside if need be? You alluded to him as a tackle, but I know you've had Titus that come inside. Is his footwork, is he strong enough to be able to come inside?
Yeah, Blake's really a tackle. So, we'll look at, you never want to say, well, we're just going to move a guy inside.
So, no.
So the player may be able to handle it, may not be able to handle it. I'd say not just Blake, but generally speaking, not all tackles can just move inside. I think sometimes there's this propensity to move certain players inside if they're a certain size or whatever the case may be. We had, Matt Light was called an undersized tackle in New England, but that's one that played tackle for 10 years. So sometimes you get a little bit too cute. You try to say, well, we're just going to bump this guy
Like Titus
inside
Howard at left guard.
So, Blake's a tackle. So can a player do something beyond what his original position is? That comes through time. That comes through practice. There's a lot of different dynamics that go into play. I think Titus is definitely unique. I'd say, Titus is a better tackle than he is an inside player. I think, that's how we feel. Titus is honestly one of the better tackles, in the league. So, but you look at your group, you're going to have, you have 8 at the game. So, all right, you got to have a backup tackle. You have to have a backup for the inside spots. So are they a backup guard only? Are they a 3-position inside player where they can put their hand on the ball? Can your next tackle also play left tackle? So there's a lot of mechanizations that could take place. So you always want to put a player in a position to accentuate the things that he does well and not just force feeding a guy. There's too many examples, too many times where you just do that, and it's not fair to the player. So we'll see how it goes. But Blake's experience specific to him has been a tackle. So treat him as a tackle. And we always say they're a tackle until they're not.
I'll go last.
Nick, when you look at day 3 compared to day 2, when you saw the run on tackles, you start to see a lot of teams start trading up. Do you view the same way when you see a run on a certain position that maybe you want to covet to move up on day 3 compared to what you would on day 2?
Yeah, it's really just about supply and demand. And it's honestly at this point, it's where you have the players graded. So you have a certain player graded at a certain level. Then once you lose that category, where's the next break point? How many players are you actually going to have available? I mean, one of the things we'll do in the morning is, okay, at 120, whatever we are, 127, I think. Realistically, what are our options going to be? All right. And it's not, well, we're trading up because we want to trade up. It's to trade up just for positioning, for supply and demand. So it's not necessarily about one player. It's more, what are your options? What are you looking at? So that's how we've always tried to approach it. So, we'll see see what happens tomorrow. Sarge, go ahead.
Nick, you said in the past that, going into the drafting players is kind of like a crapshoot. You can get lucky, you can be unlucky. So when you're drafting these guys, especially the ones that you drafted tonight, when you looked at them, did you see that they had that mindset that you all were looking for? You seen the tape, but sitting down talking to them, that they have.
What if he said no? I actually think they suck.
Yes, sir.
They don't have the mindset. So I just did it anyway.
I'd say Lassiter, I mean, this is no
was the question, did you like the players?
Hands down. So it's actually a huge part of the calculus. And I think our players understand that as well. So when a player comes in the building, they know, they're aware. So are we consistent with our messaging? Are we doing what we say? Are we doing what we believe in? Are we espousing our philosophy at all levels? They know. So our responsibility is to, D'Amico and I's responsibility is to one another, to the coaches, and then in turn to the players. Because if you bring in a player that maybe has some question marks that ahead of time, the players are going to look at you and say, all right, wait a minute, what's going on here, right? So do you practice what you preach? I know not to oversimplify, but it's a huge part of the decision-making. And I would say specific to these 3 players, I mean, Lassiter, without question. Bullock, I mean, great kid. I mean, he's young, but he's a great kid, cares a lot about football. I'm sure you guys will hear about his story. I mean, the fact that he's actually in the position that he is honestly mind-blowing. What he's had to endure, what he's been through. And Fisher is a really solid kid. Going back to what we talked about the other day, I mean, using information and talking to people. So, I mean, JP was a teammate of Blake's. So that's a good resource. So you can get all the information you want. Talk to the school, talk to whomever. Okay, when you talk to somebody who was actually in the meeting room with him, what are your thoughts? That carries weight. So again, and then it reinforces, all right, you know what, this guy fits what we're about. He fits our culture. He fits the swarm mindset. And if you start there, then you can put your head on a pillow at night and say, all right, make the right. It doesn't mean you're not going to take chances or maybe take risks, but you have to take calculated risk and then ultimately decide, all right, does this make sense for the entire building, the organization, and for our team? So to answer your question, it's absolutely important. And we certainly prioritize it because we should. And honestly, if you look around the league, look at how these teams are being put together. I mean, more and more teams are prioritized because in the end, you're going to win with people. And when a game is on the line, are they dependable? Are they reliable? Are they going to do the right thing? Are they being consistent? Are they going to be able to handle the pressure? Are they going to be able to handle adversity? I mean, that's real. So we can say all we want about how much talent they have and all that, but in the end, it's about mental and physical toughness and your ability to perform under pressure when the stakes are the highest.
Hey, can you just talk about, I mean, you guys have your philosophy of how you approach the draft, and we're always asking, well, this happened, that happened, does it change? How is it, how important is it that you stay true to whatever your philosophy is, which I'm sure builds in for flexibility? Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, it's important. I mean, it just kind of, you want to be consistent, year after year. So are you practicing what you preach? And you're trying to put, and we've been fortunate, like we feel we have a pretty good infrastructure in place. We have really good coaching staff. We have a great head coach. We have a supportive ownership group, and we have a lot of other people in support areas that are a big part of what we're doing. So, I mean, all that factors in. So, and I've said this from the beginning, that's all we're really trying to do is just put together as consistent a team, as consistent a product year after year, put ourselves an opportunity, give ourselves an opportunity where we have a chance for success. We're not guaranteed anything. It doesn't necessarily mean like we're going to go out there and be 13-4 or 17-0. Like that's not going to happen. But do you put your team and organization in a position where you have an opportunity, and are you doing it with the right people? And are you doing things that you actually say that you're doing, that you believe in? And I think everybody that's affiliated with our program, whether it's in the scouting department, whether it's in football ops, they see that. And when you stay true to your discipline, people, let's say the belief continues to build. So belief starts with, I would say in our situation with D'Amico, I mean, I'd say everybody believes in D'Amico and what he's doing. And again, it goes back to the consistency. There's nobody more consistent than D'Amico Ryans and everything that he does, that he believes in. The players see that. We all feel that. So it starts there. Then ultimately it's responsibility of the players, because in the end, we could say all we want to say, but they're relying on each other on the field. Like when there's 80,000 people, like nobody can hear anything, but you can hear the guy next to you. So you're just trying to stack as many blocks in place over the course of time. And when you look at some of the better programs in the league, and we're not there yet. I'm not believe me saying that we're in that position. Hopefully we're headed in that way. But when you look at some of the better programs, that's what they've done. I mean, there's no better example than Kansas City. I mean, you put them at the top of the list. You put Baltimore at the top of the list. I mean, what, Sean and Brandon are doing in Buffalo, there's the competition. So are we putting ourselves in a position where we have an opportunity to compete with those teams? Like, we'll find out. So, I mean, AFC is as competitive as, any league in sport. So, I mean, we know what the challenges are in front of us, and we're not going to run from them, and we're going to try to do our part. And, we're excited about the opportunity in front of us. And, hopefully we just keep doing the right things and just making good, sound decisions along the way. All right. Thank you all.
Nick Caserio at the podium. Don't really want to be imitating Buffalo these days.
Couple things, man. The way that he spoke about a day two of a draft is more so how I would want to hear a GM speak about a day three of a draft. When you're sitting there and you're telling me, well, we need a swing tackle. That's basically what he said, is we need a swing tackle. Everyone needs multiple tackles. We need 4 tackles, and this many tackles are going to play. And then in the same breath, you say that Titus Howard's one of the best tackles in the league. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
If you're saying that Titus Howard's one of the best tackles in the league and Laramie Tunsil's one of the best tackles in the league, maybe this is like some sort of plan to where he doesn't consider one of those guys in his long-term plans, and it's something that he can't admit. But if you take him on the surface and he truly believes he has one of the best left tackles and right tackles in the league, and then his sales pitch for a tackle is, well, we need tackles. Guys get hurt, so we gotta figure that out. That's a bad sales pitch. Maybe there's more to it, but on the surface, it's a bad sales pitch. That's not going to get too many rational people excited, unless you're just going to support them no matter what, which I give you props for doing so if you do that. I have no problem with that. Other thing about it, kind of the same thing with the corner. And I'm sure they're going to preach competition, and he talked about competition. He talked about urgency, where if you're not going to perform here, you're not going to be in our building long. I think that was kind of the quote. That's cool. But I mean, you basically sold the guys a depth corner with versatility. Like that versatility pitch, it sounded a lot like a Bill O'Brien versatility pitch, where it didn't sound like a good versatility pitch. So as far as those two, I kind of roll my eyes. The the pitch for the safety, okay. I can get down with that. All right. I mean, I don't dislike the safety thing. I felt like that was a okay thing, but the way that he was talking about these guys, and maybe this is just kind of Caserio himself. And hell, let's be honest. Last year, CJ Stroud wasn't named the starter till damn near, the start of the season. So I don't anticipate him saying that. But when you say you have two of the best tackles in the league, and your sales pitch for a tackle is that, well, maybe he'll need to play. That's hard to get excited about. I'm sorry.
Well, and he says, the guy's not slow. Don't worry about it. He's football fast. We're not drafting a track team. We're drafting a football team. And then he talks about, well, Xavier Worthy's going to run by everybody. Oh, is that because he's fast? Like, is a fast guy going to run by everybody? And then he wants to invoke the Ravens, and he wants to invoke the Bills and the Chiefs. And it's like, okay, well, the Bills are falling apart. They had to cut everybody this offseason because they're old and not any good anymore. Like, I guess, like, okay, the Kansas City Chiefs took depth players in like the third and the fourth rounds last year, but they took depth players because they had starters already. Like, their DB in the middle rounds last year was a depth player because they had Trent McDuffie and L'Jarius Sneed. You have Jeff Okudah. And Derek Stingley's never been healthy. Like, the Chiefs in 2022 took like 5-6 guys that started right away. Like, that's one of the biggest things that we hear about with the Chiefs, about how good Brett Veach is in finding late round starters. And Caserio's literally touting the backup ability of these players. Like, how they're depth pieces.
Yeah, that wasn't like a really good sales pitch at all. Again, the sales pitch might not matter, but I don't really.
And within the conversation too, you can also make the argument well, there's a run on corners. Well, you got the third corner on the run on corners. So that guy wasn't your favorite. If there was a run, because you're not worried about the run if you still get your guy.
Yeah, it's that was a bad pitch. But we'll see what happens. It didn't excite. And I mean, Titus Howard's one of the best tackles in the league is bold. I'm weirded out by that. Like, he won't drink the tea of a lot of guys, and he'll try to keep them humbled and all that type of stuff. I just don't understand how Titus Howard's one of the best tackles in the league, I guess.
I mean, he at 59 they took a backup player. You can't pitch me that third tackle's a starter. He's not. Third tackle's the first backup. And look, if they just think Okudah's awesome and they're going to be healthy at safety and they're going to be healthy at tackle and they like their defensive tackles, then this draft makes a lot more sense. But I don't know that anybody really feels that way about all those positions I just mentioned.
Yeah, I just don't. Yeah, I mean that's a nice way to end it. It was just whatever. I'm ready for the party tomorrow. So.
Yep, you got to get to the party tomorrow. If you don't know about it, we'll tell you about it one more time. If you don't know about it at this point, you're not listening hard enough. Daily Sports Club, 922 Holman Street, big parking garage right there. We're going to have drink specials for you. We're going to have stuff to give away. We're going to be hanging out for rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7 of the NFL Draft, talking football and hanging out with you. You do not want to miss out on that. It's going to be fun. We're going to have a ton of people there. And we'll talk about the offseason as a whole. We'll talk about the draft and see what they can put together with the 5 remaining selections that they have.
All right, man. Well, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yep.
Appreciate
11 o'clock sharp.
11
o'clock sharp.
Not the most awesome draft, but there's trust in the organization and there's stuff that can overcome alleged poor drafting. And if we haven't learned any lesson, it's that a lot of times it doesn't matter what we say anyway. So Holler at y'all. Appreciate y'all for being here.
Good.
Just get out there tomorrow, 11 o'clock dailies, and we'll have some fun.
Good stuff, Landry. See you tomorrow. One more time for my friends over at Platinum AC and Heating. Call Dwayne today when you need help on that air conditioner repairs and maintenance. 35 years of AC experience. He can install a new one for you. He can fix the old one for you, and he can make sure that you don't ever run into AC problems when he puts you on the plan. Comes out there, get you ready for the summer. Those air conditioners, they work overtime in the summer months. Don't let yours be out of shape when you get to the summer months and you need to run it all the time to stay cool. Platinum AC and Heating will make sure that you stay cool without forking over your cool cash in your pocket. They take care of you. Call Dwayne today. Put him in your phone as the AC guy. So when you need the AC guy, you've got the AC guy in Dwayne. He will take care of you. 832-777-3683. That's 832-777-3683. AC repair and maintenance, new AC install, and so much more. And if you have a business, have Dwayne come out there and double check and get your business ready for the summer months as well. We appreciate him for sponsoring the Friday night draft show. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you at Daily Sports Club tomorrow.